Okay. I think we are successfully live for the day. I have successfully had very excellent ramen after refusing my baby's lovely egg drop ramen that they made for me because I am apparently a fucking child who cannot handle new flavor palettes and new textures. This light's a little low. Let me fix that. Yeah, that's all. Okay. Droper, your streamer knows everything. I will ask you kindly to not commit any thought crimes. What's up, Goten? We are back in the pits. Terrence, I'm entirely on time. Was I out grocery shopping for longer than I intended to? After being on the recumbent bike for longer than I planned? After bench pressing for longer than I scheduled? Maybe. None of that matters. All that matters is that we're here now. Only important kid update is police are involved. If he steps foot on the property again, going to jail. Pikapuff, you're welcome. Troper, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. Ruin has indeed come to our Twitch stream. And Troper, welcome to the top of the dog pile for this week. Froggo, there's a new neighborhood kid who was stalking and harassing Z and was trying to get into our home the other day. And so now the police have his information. We'll see what happens. I think kid's perfectly aware of what's going to happen if I see him ever again. But until then, we've got to level some motherfuckers up. High school kid, Terrence. High school kid. Soulstorming, thank you for the 10-bit cheer. This is all I've got left in bits, so it's yours now. Also, fuck them kids. So true, Storming. Welcome to the dog pile. And Riffle Dupes, thank you for the 10 bits. All I'm saying is Antidupes carried the shit out of that Swine Prince fight. Riffle, I don't want to sound crazy, right? Oh my god, it's a deck roasting stream. Oh my god, I misscheduled my own shit. We're not doing this shit today, guys. Switch it over. Switch it over. Switch everything over. Move the fucking chains. One sec. I have to copy titles over, then we can continue doing the bit. Yeah. Hold on, everyone. Okay, so custom cards going away. Dope. Hold on. This needs suit jackets off. Get the fucking shades on. Tremendous. Okay. That's my fault. I've tried to sync everything to one Google Calendar to have a better, more cohesive internal scheduling, and I had the first deck roasting stream scheduled for Wednesday. Mevo, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. Welcome to the dog pile. So you are here and present. Let's see. Who else is going today? Shades is here and present. We need Salty Atlas. We need Loaf. We need Terafon. We need Soapy Boy. And we need Jarthur. Salty's here. Terafon's here. What's up, Chris? Speaking of scheduling, were the double emails with different dates on purpose? Absolutely not. If anybody got two emails from me, the reason you got 2 emails from me was because when I was rearranging things in the scheduler, I was copying instead of cutting. And so if you got 2 emails, you tell me which day works better for you. We will keep you on that day, and we will just delete you off the other day. So it's not on purpose. Jarthur, thank you for the 8 months at Tier 1, my friend. Or the 9 months at Tier 1, my friend. Welcome to the dog home, and thank you for kicking off that hype train. And Sorion, thank you for the 7 months at Tier 2. How's the dungeon attempts going? Haven't been able to catch the streams lately. They've been going really well, and I'm sure they would have gone well today if it had been a Darkest Dungeon stream instead of a Magic the Gathering stream, which I definitely remembered. Okay. Shade has to go soon. Okay. Then Shade, I'll leave it up to you. Do you want us to do a rapid fire roast for you, or would you prefer to go Wednesday, Saturday, or Sunday this week? We can still, because we can fit you in on any other day this week if you want the sort of full lackadaisical experience. But if it's much better for you to go today, we can lock the fuck in and make it happen. Slow roast is good today by the powers of ADHD. Okay, I'm going to try to keep talking quickly, but that seems like the opposite of the 2 options I presented. I may have misspoke. I'm saying we can either roast you really quick if you have to leave in 20, or we can move you to a different day to do slow and normal speed. Yeah. We have pre-roll demons too, but Shade picked yes to the or question. But again, I talk a lot, and I love talking in confusing ways. So option 1 is we lightning speed, 15 minutes, rake you over the coals. Option 2 is you can pick... today's fine at normal speed. I just may not be able to respond. Great. Then Twitch already hit an auto ad break, so we will let Twitch hit the auto ad break. We're going to do Shades first. And then saw Salty, saw Terafon, saw Jarthur. Did we see Soapy Boy? I'm not sure if we saw Soapy Boy. And not sure if we've seen White Bread yet. Shadow Walker, thank you for the 100-bit cheer, my friend. Good morning to you as well. Welcome to this week's dog pile. Danny, yes, it's not necessarily improved, but the police are involved, and so that is, there's we're getting as much closure as we're going to get. I'll answer Soulstorming's question, then we're going to jump in to Shades' roast. With the increased number of deck reviews sold on Ko-Fi, are the deck roasting streams going to be longer than usual? Yes, but no. We aren't actually selling any more roasts than normal. We are now just disentangling them from Patreon. And so it's still going to be only $48 a month total, which is what the situation has been. The deck roasting streams are probably going to be a little bit longer than normal. This month I'm experimenting with having fewer streams with more decks in them for the most part. So that will lengthen each stream a little bit, but we should have fewer total deck roasting streams. We'll see how that plays. If that doesn't play well with the analytics, if that doesn't play well with the editing, then we'll go back. Alec, man, it just means that you're going into the backlog for the next time we do Darkest Dungeon, which would be we'll probably be streaming Darkest Dungeon tomorrow. Helios, yeah, Taval Fox. Did they sell it fast enough to raise the price again? Yes, they sold out in 14 minutes. And the deal that I presented to you all, fine folk, last month was if they sold out in under 2 hours, we were going to $69. So that means we did that super easy. So they're going to $69 next month, and then I'm going to make because that's funny in my head. And we're going to make additional decisions about that depending on how quickly they sell it in future months. I want it to take long enough to sell out that you don't have to like drop everything you're doing just to do it. I want to, and I do, like, I'm okay with it being a thing that you can't get all of your decks roasted. Maybe you like save up for it by setting aside like, oh, here's $5 a week in fucking 2 months or whatever, 3 months. Then I'll chill out for this deck roast. Oh yeah, haunting background music. Yeah, like I don't want it to look like the Secret Lair queue where it's just like, we're live, we're dead, we're live, we're dead, we're live, we're sold out though. And I'm just gonna let the price be what the price has to be for that demand to settle out the right way time wise. So anyway, let me pull up the Google Slides, which we may need to refer to for shades. I'm leaving that ore just to make Alec Man angry. Thank you, baby.
Of course. Heat it up on your little thing.
Oh yeah, I appreciate it. For those of you... Oh shit, the new personality matrix. Hold on. For those of you... We'll have to do that another time. Well, for those of you who have not been here before, my Ko-Fi supporters send me a deck list, a primer, and a power rating. That power rating cannot be 1 through 10 because that's wrong and bad. What we take is silly to spooky to scary, a matrix or a measure originally developed by my friend Danny Phantom EXE about how ominous your deck's turns are to somebody that knows Magic the Gathering and is paying attention to the game. Your primer is a paragraph description of how you think the deck plays, or if your deck is a work in progress, how you want it to play. I might judge you for having shitty, terrible dreams, but I will help you achieve them. What I will not help is you being a liar. Unless that is the theme of your deck, then I will definitely help. But if you lie to me about what your deck does, or how good it is, or how strong it is, or whether or not it has Rhystic Study in it, and whether or not Rhystic Study is a fair card, we will beef. So without further ado, the first deck we have on the docket today is Shades, which is a silly, spooky. I'm gonna check my fucking email because the sell for the Moxfield link in Shades deck roast is will edit when not driving. Shade, motherfucker. What is the deck? So this doesn't look like a... Fuck out of here, AI. So this doesn't look like a particularly strong commander deck. I mean, really importantly, the commander is not driving any form of card advantage. It can't even do like control antics. Like Deadpool, not very good at winning the game, but Deadpool is at least a stacks piece. Like will edit when not driving is just like, no, I guess it's responsible, right? It's responsible. It's not getting the job done. No, I'm pulling up the forms. I'm just doing a goof. I'm just doing a gag. I'll pull up the form, but yeah, let me see if is this... Okay, I found the updated. That's why you got double scheduled. Got it. Okay, primer. This is an example of me building my home colors with no gimmicks. Built just after War of the Spark gave us Dragon Walkers, and I was finally able to put together a Gruul Super Friends list. I wish, with all my heart, to fly with dragons in a land apart. That is an incredibly sweet primer for what I'm sure is going to be the most fucked up, unworkable pile of dog shit ever. Never mind, this deck probably fucks. Okay, so we have Fair Selvala. Damn, I'm sorry, Troper. Listen, hopefully you can at least empathize with how bad we're about to make Shades Day. Jay Arlington, thank you for the raid, my friend. I hope you're having a good day, and I hope you had a good stream. I appreciate that. Okay, so a tree has broken up our favorite lesbian relationship. You are allowed to tap for quite a lot of mana, but only if the creature ETB'd that turn, which with Kodama, fair shout. Oh, hell yes, Jay, I love that. We have 19 fucking Planeswalkers, half of which are Domri Raid. So we're going to make mana... We're going to put one of the 27 creatures in our deck into our hand. Yeah, that probably happens. I believe you. Make a token. Okay. Card advantage, mana advantage. Untap 2 lands, make tokens. More shenanigans. So we have a lot of generic... We have a lot of me make creature, me make token, me make mana, because Gruul kill you. So we've tagged finishers. The ultimate... hot fucking finisher, you guys. 1/8 of a crater hoof. I've acquired the foot of a crater hoof behemoth. If I am allowed 2 turns to set it up. Okay, Sarkhan Vol. Even less, so I get to make 5 4/4s that don't have haste. Yes. I also... Listen, I don't like to throw around the word strictly better because I think it makes everybody crash out. My Planeswalker alt, or the most normal Stormscale Scion turn in Imagination. He's a finisher because he gives haste to other bullshit. Dog, do you know what a finisher is? We're gonna have a very nice long talk about the definitions of finishing and enabling. Bro gets blue balls and says, I busted so hard the other day. You wouldn't understand. You wouldn't understand. It got crazy. Okay, Sarkhan Dragon Soul. I believe that one. That alt probably is not happening to anybody but the blind, but I believe that alt will kill people. Me when I cast Zealous Conscripts as a finisher. It's a finisher because of the other finisher I'm going to put in the deck. And then Atarka World Render. I mean, bracket 1 it is. Even in like a pre-con, I think you're starting to stretch the bounds of imagination to call these like, these are my game enders. Because a lot of these, we'll probably talk about this more later. Immediately the hubris of labeling these 5 and only these 5 as your finishers says to me that you are a hoping and a praying that no one is mean to you ever. Because all of these are highly conditional finishers, which decks should have. You should not, you're not just running, I cast this card, I win. Especially in lower power, your finishers tend to get more and more conditional. Atarka's like the only one that is like just a good card. Like all the others are, please don't touch me for multiple turns and then I will be a good card. And I think we need more things like Atarka, where Atarka may not kill all of our, like we may not play Atarka, win the game. But if we like play Atarka and everyone goes, oh, I don't like that, they can't really do anything about it because it's fucking Atarka. If you play Sarkhan Dragonsoul and they're like, oh man, I don't like that, they're just going to kick him to death. They're just going to kick that motherfucker to death. Then we have a ton of ramp to make up for the fact that we have an a deeply irresponsible land count, by the way. But with so if 52 cards in our deck are dedicated to mana ramping, I will tenuously believe you that this happens. What I like the least about your ramp is, much like your finisher section, it is doubling down on the idea that no one's ever going to be mean to you, even though you're the Gruul player, and like your response to bullying shouldn't be, please stop bullying me. It should be, I'm going to bully you harder. And a lot of this Planeswalker ramp is either, it's either ephemeral with stuff like Chandra, because it's going to add mana, but that will then go away. And so if they ever like just commit a hate crime against God's favorite lesbian, your ramp is fucked. Alberto and Dennis on YouTube, the way you get your deck roasted is going to be through a Ko-Fi commission, which goes on sale at the beginning of every month. And then the other things that are like, make a creature is okay, make a dork. Or we're doing a lot of like untapped target lands, which can keep us very limited to like, we're going to have... Hold on. I didn't have my stream deck ready. I need to get it a little closer. We're going to be here for about 15-20 minutes, folks. I'd reckon you get a pillow for your keister. We're going to be here for just a minute. To be fair, a 6/6 and 4-power Forest Striker is a solid deterrent. That's true, and then it's not ramp. Right? Like, if we go, okay, I'm going to use my thing to untap a land so that I can ramp, then it's tapped again, and it's still a 4/4, and that's cool. But then... Right, so that can so there's flexibility in this, I can use my lands as my blockers. You typically do, I'm going to use my lands as my blockers in a deck where you're able to pull a very healthy amount out. Oh, your commanders, you mean? Yeah, I'm sure nobody will interrupt. Yeah, nothing bad will ever happen to them. You're right, bestie, my bad. Removal. Dog. You know, if you want to blow up a building, they have YouTube videos on controlled demolitions. They don't have a guy smuggle the brick of C4 inside his own ass. This is... Now, it doesn't hit planeswalkers. It doesn't hit planeswalkers, which is decent. You do have a pretty tremendous amount of creature ramp, and you do have a pretty tremendous amount of planeswalkers who turn your lands into creatures, and my brother in Christ, you do not have a tremendous amount of lands. So I understand the spirit of I'm in Super Friends, so I'm going to do a thing that doesn't hit planeswalkers but hits everything else, and then I come out on top. I think most real-world applications of Navinural's Disc leave you with, like, 4 lands and a Xenagos. And not a lot to do about it. Okay, Theft is great. Hell yeah. Vivian Reed, sure. Sure, very expensive. Do you only play against token players? This is the second instance I have seen of I'm going to deal a frankly piddly amount of damage to somebody else's board. But we'll call that half a removal. Okay, 4. Nope. That's nope. Hey. Hey, look at me in my fucking eyes. If you have to tag... This guy's lying twice. This guy's lying twice. He's lying about being removal. He's lying about being a finisher. Just say he's a burn outlet. Sure, attack trigger on a dragon. We'll take it. Then we have 15 dragons. Yeah, these do... Lord have mercy, do these say dragon on them? Okay, that sounds fine. Draw. So draw it at one solid quarter of the time. Draw a card. Power 3 or greater, I think that's probably true. It's definitely... So it's true for 15 cards. No, wait. It's true for 15 cards, and it's true for both of our commanders. So I think just on the basis of, like, I have 2 commanders that will each replace themselves when I play this card, I will abide that. Honestly hilarious of you to be setting up a 7 or more lands. We'll leave that one for the playtest, but a thing that is only card draw if I control 7 or more lands in a deck that has not seen 7 lands since its fucking inception. The storylines write themselves, motherfucker. Okay. Draw cards equal to power and a dragon deck that probably works out. That's... Listen. The card says draw on it. I am going to get a fucking court order that bans you people from tagging planeswalkers based on what their alts do. Unless you are a Vorinclex commander deck. The only goddamn deck that is allowed to tag its planeswalkers' functionality based on that motherfucking ultimate ability is the Vorinclex players. Everyone else, you're going to goddamn prison. Alright, return's fine. Value. What? Is the value in the room with us? Do you have like a coupon app on your phone where somebody will buy you Chipotle every time you lose a fucking game because you spent a turn resolving Innkeeper's talent instead of fucking 3 visits? Tier 3 talent is much like the Planeswalker Ultimate. We're going to ban people. I'm going to get a court order preventing people from tagging the functionality of their class enchantments by the level 3 ability. Whitebread, thank you for gifting a tier 1 sub at this time of need. Welcome to Dog Heaven. So we're proliferating. Okay. This makes sense because we're on Planeswalkers. Okay. Also makes sense because we're on Planeswalkers. This is your plane. Hey, dog, your Planeswalkers cannot cash the check this motherfucker is writing. I mean, I guess if you have 2, right? If you have 2 in your hand, you can like sneak attack 1 out, and you can sneak attack 1 out to get another 1 out for free with Kodama of the East Tree, but at that point, like, you gotta have a white beard and a fat belly. Enchantments are much harder to remove than Planeswalkers, though. It's more the thing of, like, this card betrays to me a mindset of playing Legos rather than playing Magic. Because if you get this out and then you spend your turns getting it to level 3, and then you begin like playing Planeswalkers to just immediately ult them, that is the type of thing where it's both like it's incredibly interruptible bracket 3 behavior, which is like the worst type of shit you can ever do. Or I'm not even gonna say worst on a moral level, but in terms of like having an interesting game state and having interesting things happen in your game, go, I'm gonna play this thing that mandates player removal, which in this case is Innkeeper's Talent. My deck is Super Friends. If you let me level up Innkeeper's Talent and then you let me play any of my Super Friends, all of my Super Friends, I will just like drop an ult and then I instantly win. That is probably peak for this deck, right? As I curve out into like, I turn 1 ramp, I turn 2 Innkeeper's Talent, I turn 3 like level up Innkeeper's Talent and play another ramp spell. Turn 4, I get Innkeeper's Talent to level 3. Turn 5, I play Sarkhan Dragon Soul. I ult him instantly. And then I win the game on turn 6 if you don't board wipe me. That being the best thing the deck can do isn't necessarily, well, I hate it, right? I hate it. On a personal level. From a power level standpoint, that's not the most evil, that's not the most like fucked up hateful thing in the world. That's clear bracket 3 behavior. The rest of this deck, Rowan Kenrith out here hanging out at bracket -1. Some of these folks are over here in bracket A because we cannot adequately qualify or quantify how little they do to advance this deck's game plan. So that is where my displeasure with it lies. Is I like there to be variance. I'm even okay if your variance is like, if we use the WotC bracket system and you were like decks of 3 with a great hand, it could hang with 4s, with a terrible hand, or if I have to mull a lot, or if I have some really bad draws, like 2s would beat it. That level of variance is fine to me. This is like nuclear meltdown, not thermometer, but nuclear meltdown, like needle flying all over the place in terms of how do people interact with you in a reasonable way without just like shooting you in the head the moment you move. Because that is what because like Sage and Pier, that is okay, my planeswalkers will move faster. Yeah, this guy matters. Hey, I promise you this guy matters. Yeah, we got Doubling Season, and we have Vorinclex. So that just becomes a... is the ceiling of the deck is a 6-turn clock. So as we go into the playtest, let's look at how the deck operates, and let's remember we want the level of variance to be acceptable for a deck that can pull out a 6-turn I win the game clock. I will play a basic land. I will play a basic land. I will play a basic land. I get to cast Nissa. I get to put a 0/1 on the field. This is going to sound crazy. I'm going to play a basic land. I'm going to make a plant. Turn 5. No, make a plant. Well, hold on. Nope, we got to do... So first... we're going to float 2 red. Play Kodama. I'm going to make a plant. That will allow me to put Genesis Mage into play. I will go up 2, untap this. Kodama doesn't work like that. It says, so whenever another permanent enters the battlefield, oh, equal, oh, it's CMC. Oh, yeah, you're fucked. Never mind. This deck doesn't do a goddamn thing. Okay. I put out nothing with Kodama. We uptick Chandra. I think we tap out for Nissa. Now we can use the Kodama trigger to put out Sarkhan. And then we... So, I mean, we can... Now remember, in another world, this deck has won the game right here. Why not alting? Alt fucking what? What the fuck do I have the loyalty counters to alt? Yeah. We're not playing League of Legends. The Ultimate is not in the room with us right now, titties. Anyway. So in another world, this deck has already won the game. Oh, true. I will alt Sarkhan to make 1 4/4 dragon. No, that is Vorinclex that does that. Kodama just lets you... Kodama, when you play things, you get to put another thing into play for free. Different card, also a green bitch with a lot of vines on him. So in another world, we have won the game at this point. In this world, we can either make a blocker, or we can turn all our planeswalkers into dragons to assign 16 flying damage. But then they become defenseless. I'm not even going to remark on my absolute incredulity at the idea that these plants have not been run over by a single person who can read any of your cards. Oh, true. We only have 2 dragons that can swing because Sarkhan and Nissa don't have haste. Turn 7. I kind of want to draw 6 just because, like, I don't know what the fuck else to do. We'll draw 6. That looks like something. And then, alright, if we start untapping lands, and we float 2 red mana, can we get anybody useful into play? We can get the Wrathful Red Dragon into play. Or we could get yet another Planeswalker that will not win us the game into play. I will put Dragon into play. And I will use the Kodama trigger to put Freyalise into play. And I guess we would have had Dami Raid in play last turn. No, CMC's fucking 0. Never mind. Night C, thank you for the Twitch follow for the 18th month in a row, my friend. We can get a rant redeem on AI audiobooks in a little bit, my friend. Thank you very much. Okay. Can we win yet? Hell no. But more plant. We play a basic land. I think this card in particular is the most demonstrative of the problem that I have with this deck, because this card is very cute, very fair magic. We have been mostly like land dropping. Our deck got turned on because we did some untapping, which was helpful. But we have cards like this that are demonstrably fair magic and is literally just, this is a cool dragon. Stars in our eyes, mana dump in our hands. This is a cool dragon that lets me get rid of a blocker when I swing him. Nice. This is a dude who has a sweet fit and says the word dragon on him multiple times. Sure, right? This is a sweet dragon that helps me with disadvantageous blocking situations. And then we got, what if I just win for free? Sure, yes, you can mana dump for face. Regardless, there's this very, very large disparity between the best thing this deck can do and the worst thing this deck can do. And personally, I think that is stemming from the fact that we are just like straight up 50-50 on whether we want to be a Super Friends deck or whether we want to be a Dragons deck. And we can be one of those things that is gently supported by the other. Like, this is like, you can get home from your day job at the Super Friends store and change into your dragon fursuit and then go to the club. Right now, you are like getting ready for work every day and putting on half of your dragon outfit and half of your planeswalker outfit and just wearing that the whole time. And personally, I don't think that looks good for you. And so I think the way we clean that up is we have to pick some very specific things we want to do, and if that thing is dragons, we probably have to begin cutting the planeswalkers that are not like strictly on board with that dragon plan. Mauled, would Jessica Thrice Reborn be a better commander than Elena? Not necessarily. Elena is a very good commander for the world of I live in magical Christmas land and nobody is allowed to be mean to me. Because if you live in Christmas land, then you ramp into Kodama, or you ramp into Elena Kodama, and then as soon as you like Kodama cheat something out, you tap Elena for 1,000,000 mana, allowing you to cast something else, allowing you to Kodama something else out. Like it is an interaction that works. I think it's just getting a little bit turned around by the fact that most of the supporting planeswalkers are dog shit. Like I think this would be immediately workable if it was a Super Friends deck, or it would be immediately workable as a dragon deck, and it's in this kind of weird half-life where it's kept the closest thing that the Super Friends decks have to a 2-card combo. It's not an infinite like the Sanguine Bond Exquisite Blood combo, but they've kept the two like, well, I'm just going to be greedy, and if I get to play both of these cards, I fucking win. And then the dragons are just kind of here. Sirius Skies, thank you for the 500-bit cheer. Welcome to the dog pile, my friend, the top of this week's dog pile. And so, Shades, the most important question to you is, are we doing dragons and planeswalkers because you just like both dragons and planeswalkers, or is there a deeper thing? Because we're being a real two-hand Johnny right now. We're really double pumping it for no reason. Whereas we could definitely have a like very, very locked in Super Friends list. Very locked in Super Friends list that oh yeah, don't type while you're driving. Just wait till you're driving. So I'm just gonna vamp until Shades gets to a place they can park. We could have a locked-in Super Friends list that does stuff that Super Friends wants to do, but half of these Super Friends are like lands commanders. Another third of them are like token commanders, and then a couple of do any of them care about dragons? Hold on. No. Kind of. They're big cards. Sarkhan cares about having many dragons. Sarkhan, okay, so these two Sarkhans care specifically that you have multiple dragons. Sarkhan Vol says dragon on him, does not give a fuck about dragons. So right now we've got the okay friends, as Mind Goblin from Garglanon says. So we have 15 dragons, which is notably not a lot of dragons. It is a lot if you are a person, but if you are a dragon and you were at this function, you would be like, this shit kind of empty, where's Jerry? So I don't have a lot of belief that Sarkhan the Masterless is ever going to matter. We're probably taking him because it's like, oh, well, he cares about both dragons and he cares about planeswalkers. And so That way I'm playing both sides so that I always come out on top. However, we're playing both sides badly. So I think with Sarkhan, this is you trying to bridge the two worlds, and most of the time you are going to have not enough dragons for the damage clause to matter, and you're going to have not enough planeswalkers for the planeswalker clause to matter, which is why I would really, really advocate that this deck say, I am about planeswalkers, and they have a pet dragon, or I am about dragons, and they have a pet twunk, who is Sarkhan. And then we can probably even keep, like, Domri, Anarch of Bolas probably makes sense just to get another layer of uncounterability, and like the fight clause will turn a lot of our dragons into creature removal. Chandra is, that's why I said twunk Helios. He's bigger now, but I can see into his heart. But yeah, like she's lost, okay? She got a group text to a Super Friends function. She got there. These are the moderate coworkers. All right? These are the normal acquaintances. We make a mana dork, which is decent. It's not a thing worth doing 5 mana for. We can get rid of artifacts or enchantments, but green's already really fucking good at that. Drawing a card for each green creature we control, that shit's probably not ever happening. Like, it's all these things that your deck does want, but it's doing all of them really badly, and the choices don't seem to matter a whole lot. Like, normally you take choice things like this because you really, really want the flexibility, but you are like, Gruul cheat stuff out. You're not flexible. You are the big 300-pound bodybuilder that can't lift their arms above here because their deltoids are too large. Like, you just hit people. Or as Knightsy is saying, never half-ass 2 things when you can whole-ass 1 thing. We do not need half of Freya Lisa's ass trying to clap people. I need all of Nissa's ass on my face immediately. The Maniform Hellkite can watch. How many green creatures do we even have? Don't ask that question, Helios. We have some planeswalkers that make green creatures, is how many green creatures we have. So, I think that makes the fixing of it a little bit difficult, because the fixing of it has to... I think the fixing of it should lean more heavily into dragons or walkers. I think Dragon Walker wanted to make every archetype in Gruul when I was getting into deck building, couldn't make Gruul Super Friends mesh until War of the Spark. Okay, so we do want it to be primarily Gruul Super Friends, correct? Sarkhan's your favorite lore character for a long time? I mean, listen, bro looks cool. I'm with that, okay? That great. If I could ever rock a gray streak that well, I would be doing it tomorrow. We have doubling season. They have the little Super Friends tricks, Knightsy. Don't you worry about that. Leaning Walker is why only 15 dragons. I mean, that's like responsible spending is why I'm only in $20,000 of credit card debt. You know the fucking vibes, man. So the question we need to reform this deck around then is, why does this dragon help the Super Friends strategy? If there is not a distinct reason that the dragon does something to push the Super Friends win forward, and specifically, we need to have a Super Friends win. We need to have a thing that we're trying to do with our Super Friends. Like, you can pick an archetype, you can pick gimmicks, you can pick colors, but whenever you pick your thing, the first thing you have to pick is how Tony is going to die because of your thing. And so we have these 5 who, we have 1/5 of a Crater Hoof. We can make 20 damage. We can put 20 damage on board if we ult. Bad. And I think this guy's tricking you. I think because you like Sarkhan, I think this ult specifically is what has led you astray, and then you have gone Atarka and you go, okay, well surely if I have Sarkhan out and I ult him, and I have other Sarkhan also out, and I put down Atarka and every other dragon, and then I uptick Sarkhan by 1, I win. That is true, and it is the most convoluted thing I have seen since an OK Go music video where they built a Rube Goldberg machine that took the entire 3 minute and 22 seconds of the song's runtime to complete. And so what we want to do is inspect the planeswalkers we're using for what wins. Now we can go for I don't need to have God's most concise win condition. I'm just going to get a preponderance of damage. Like Garruk Wildspeaker is not a very explicit win condition, but it is like preponderance of damage. Koth of the Hammer, bro is lost. Bro is incredibly lost. Emblem with mountains you control have deal 1 damage to any target. That sounds really nice if we get the ultimate off, but until the ultimate gets off, we are potentially giving up our lands to protect this guy, and then if we ult him, we've given up probably 2 or 3 mountains to defend him, and we don't have good land ramp. Like a lot of our mana cheating. So Koth is for ramp, not his ult. I understand that. His ramp is bad. His ramp is bad and ephemeral and is only good if you have something worthwhile to spend it on. Like what I'm trying to walk through with you right now is why the deck is distinctly lacking in finishers and how it is like just very all over the place in the name of including as many planeswalkers as possible. It can be a Super Friends deck without having every Gruul planeswalker we have available, or even like every Gruul planeswalker that has a ramp ability. Like Xenagos the Reveler, we can put a 2/2 who doesn't do a lot. We can add ephemeral mana in based on the number of creatures we control in a deck that doesn't really care about getting a wide board. Like we cared so much about doing every job in the deck with a planeswalker, when I think in many of these cases, like both of these guys, and I'm side-eyeing Chandra, you would rather just cast Sky Shroud Claim and then hard cast the better planeswalkers. Or play something that was like more meaningful to defending your set of planeswalkers, like another damage-based creature board wipe, or any other sort of like defensive option. But we are like, I think we're like 3 to 4. We're 3 to 4 land shy. We can probably gain all of those through cutting dragons, because I think very few of these dragons deserve to be here if you apply the how do they help the super acquaintances get the job done. Like Maniform Hellkite, it gets you something that can apply damage, but I think it's kind of Christmassy. Theft is good, right? Theft is, if you're going to have bad creatures, so not only getting rid of somebody else's attacker, but having it to be your own blocker, like this dragon passes the test of, okay, why is it the pet dragon of Dogshit Justice League? It's because you now have a good creature by virtue of somebody else playing a good creature. Harbinger of the Hunt, I would even accept this as like mana dump to get rid. Oh, can't attack or block. Who cares? Still worthwhile for removing somebody else's good creature. Harbinger of the Hunt, if anybody's trying to go wide on you, yeah, dope. It dumps your mana. It's expensive to do it, but there's at least a like solid reason. This guy's mostly in here. He is entirely justified on the number of other dragons you have. So I'm immediately suspicious of him. I will let you argue for this based on I want a million chump blockers. But I don't think the Devour 2 ever matters. This is you being goofy. You being goofy. I think a little bit you being goofy. You are just deeply unwilling to run actual interaction unless it's stapled to a cool looking thing. Just in here because other dragons were in here. Just in here because this bitch was in here. Just in here because other dragons were in here. Again, deeply, deeply terrified of running realistic removal, but it is a big guy. And also mostly in here because we have... So most of our dragons are in here on the assumption that we will have preponderance of dragons, which I don't think we're going to have. I think we abandon that totally, and we bring interaction, lands, land ramp, and then any other like extremely relevant defenders. Like this is a tremendous get around hexproof, remove very, very annoying creature. Now, as you specified, that creature can't attack or block, and this guy's stat line is not incredible, but I would rip up this entire section with extreme skepticism. I would dump Koth the Hammer fucking instantly. I think Whisperer of the Wilds is jokester behavior. I think particularly having a lot of creature-based ramp and creature-based discounting when a Super Friends deck would like to be on, hey, I'm going to blow up the board every other turn, are we cool? Like Arbor Elf, Elvish Mystic, Fintorn Elves, the Anarchomancer, and Whisperer of the Wilds are like... So these are 25% of your ramp package, and they all get murdered by most of your global interaction abilities. And so I think almost all of these could be either like a mana rock, or they could be 3 visits, or they could be Farseek, or they could be Nature's Lore, or you could even run Cultivate. You are not above a Cultivate right now. And then our super friends, we have to get to a place where we're either much more confident that the friends are actually going to become super, or I don't know, we just put Craterhoof in and call it a day. Isn't Cultivate and Kodama's in there? Let me see if it's tagged differently. Oh, it's just untagged. So at least one of these should become Sky Shroud Claim, Reality Scramble. Bro, you're discarding lands? Fine ability. Trade one Planeswalker for another. 33 lands. You're retracing? My brother in Christ, you have not traced in the first place. Oh, God. Okay. Let me look at Chandra Dress to Kill. This is fine. I would rather cultivate than I would cast her. Oh, yeah, this is our guy. Oh, yeah, this is our we just ramp for 2 to 3 turns, and then we play this guy, and oh my God, he fucking matters. This is like, if we're using dorks, we can turn our dorks into a better creature. If we don't have cards, Exile 3 is... Now, we might hit our other Planeswalkers, which is upsetting. So I'm not totally sure. Synergy007, thank you for the Tier 1 Twitch sub, my friend. Welcome to the dog home for the 2nd month in a row. Can we get any love for Bruvac? He's been roasted on TikTok and YouTube, and I'm here to tell you, hell no. So let me look at the list of what are we doing in Gruul Super Friends. We're gonna sort by the... Hey, it's a dragon! Dog, listen to me. It's a dragon. Listen to me. Listen to me. I think we need both of these roughly yesterday. I think both the Renin Realmbreaker and Renin 7 are better advantage engines than basically like all of your ephemeral ramp planeswalkers. Like Renin 7, you could kill Koth the Hammer, you could kill Xenagos the Reveler, you could kill Freyalise Lanoir's Fury, and you would not even fucking blink to lose them for Renin 7. Nissa Ascended Animist is also a like, hey, if we ever ult this, because the only two things this thing's going to be doing is either making tokens or providing meaningful overrun if we do real land ramp. I think this could be an actual finisher if you ult it. Well, she comes down with ult loyalty base if you pay 7. Most people are paying the 5 and doing her compleated, which, hey, I would too. But like, this Nissa works. You could kill any other Nissa for Phyrexian Nissa, and you would be happier. I'm not saying you should include this one, but I think it's important for you to understand that Chandra Awakened Inferno probably puts up more numbers than the rest of your deck historically, if you cast it on curve. Oh yeah, and Nick Martin on YouTube brings up a good point. If you want to be basic gang... Oh no, this is not the basic one. You can do things like Template Discovery. If you are on Planeswalkers, you need to accept... Dog, do I look like that kind of person? You're playing Gruul Super Friends with... It is hilarious to me that your mana curve is a ramp in a deck where your ramp is horrifically irresponsible. That's a great meta piece. Shout out you for that one. But I think we need to accept that we are the dickheads who stand around for 50 minutes and then attempt to win if you haven't player removed us. That's just what Super Friends is. If you're not down with that play pattern, then we shouldn't be playing Super Friends. And if we are down with that play pattern, then you probably just let like everybody ramp. Jomi, we have a little bit of Super Friends. Big Mono Green, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the Doghouse. MLP, yeah, we can't protect the walkers yet. Minsk and Boo is just good, which is definitely like a quality most of your cards can't say they have. This guy actually ramps as opposed to well, not really. You could use it just for its own ability, but not really. God, he's never good. We have a different Chandra. Loyalty on red, fuck that. Fuck that. If you go heavier on Planeswalkers, this could maybe do something one day, although it would be pretty greedy. Beast Caller's terminally okay. We're not really on mill. We have Evolution Sage already. Fuck that guy. Fuck Nissa. Joey LP55, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse. Yeah, everybody please understand. Shade is racist. They want to be red-green. I think you missed complicated Luca. Oh, yeah, I just missed which of his abilities were worth a goddamn. Creature cards, very whatever. Okay. So we don't have a lot of great, like a lot of red-green planeswalkers care about converting to creatures rather than converting to other planeswalkers. So I think the ones we definitely need are Ren and 7, Ren and Realmbreaker, Nissa Ascended Animist, probably Chandra Awakened Inferno, Minsk and Boo, and then this would be a little cute one. And then after that, we need to be crazy on fucking land ramp, hand refill, interact. Like trying to create this halfway board presence is just distracting you from actually closing with any of these. Whereas like Nissa Ascended Animist, if we keep the other planeswalkers that are like making creature tokens, Nissa will get us to close. If we have a massive Minsk and Boo, that can one day get us to close. We gotta kill this guy with a gun. I think another big problem is, do you want this to be Super Friends or do you want it to be Sarkhan? Because Sarkhandi's Nuts is a very specific archetype that wants to have a small number of planeswalkers and then a shitload of dragons. I think you could get away without having 40 lands if we had more things to pull. If we had more things to pull out of the deck. I mean, I think for converting into bodies, this is where you should lean towards just like, what if I played a good creature? It should just, like, I'm not going to mandate whatever thing it has to be, but it should be a creature where you're like, this thing does not need to coordinate or synergize with anything else in my deck. This just has to be a big motherfucker who is going to incentivize people to not fuck with me. So there's a million good options for that. Some of them are even dragons, but they have to be things that are just like, if I play this, if I like top 4 this with Vivian, if I am using, I think there's some other things that were like, oh, sack a creature to turn it into a different creature. It just has to be like, this motherfucker honks. This motherfucker is good. He handles the business. Scar Capture, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse. And honestly, this looks to be like bracket. It looks like we're aiming for bracket 2 or 3 here. So you can pick some pet cards for that. But the pet cards have to be good by themselves instead of good if a ton of other stuff happens, which is kind of a specific distinction with pet cards. Defense of the Heart would be great in this deck as a way to capitalize on people utilizing a wide board state to beat down our planeswalkers. Defense of the Heart is also, like, I think one of the most criminally slept on green cards in existence. I've never seen a game where this got played and did not trigger, or would not have triggered if somebody had played it. And it's also enough mana that I've never seen it get removed. Like, it's always come down in the aftermath of some other problematic thing getting the, like, early piece of removal used on it. And then somebody's just like, oh, fuck yeah, I'm glad we took care of that problem with Stroke of Midnight. Anyway, Defense of the Heart. And then, like, we all hit them, but we're all like, oh, get that guy, swing out on fucking turn 3. They go down to 25 life, and then they put, like, 3 8-mana dragons into field. And yeah. So for a deck like this, where you care a lot about board presence, and you're probably going to be down on board presence, this would also be tremendous. And then you just need, like, a million land ramp. More land ramp, more ways to remove creatures. But when would it not be correct to just grab Vorinclex? That's a fair point. But that says more about Vorinclex than it says about Defense of the Heart. Because the correct answer is you always grab Vorinclex. But if that is true about the deck, that is a problem for your deck. It might come up less often if you don't have Defense of the Heart, but it's still a, like, boring play pattern. And so if you don't want the play pattern to be boring like that, Vorinclex has to die and Innkeeper's Talent has to die. Getting rid of the tutor doesn't fix the play pattern. It just forces you to look in the mirror less often. So if you want it to be, if you want the deck to be, like, very solid and very good, then yeah, play Defense of the Heart. Don't feel bad. Play against other good decks that are going to have, you know, the either, like, combos and synergies that can keep up with you, or are going to have the removal necessary to get rid of Defense of the Heart, or the removal necessary to get rid of the Vorinclex after. I feel there's a difference between tutoring and cheating Vorinclex and casting him. Not meaningfully. Compared to a lot of the other things you do at... like, it's 4 mana versus 6 mana, which is it's a non-zero difference in terms of overarching play pattern. Nope. Like, the difference in how people are going to feel if you go Llanowar Elf, cultivate Defense of the Heart, or, like, Llanowar Elf, cultivate Skyshroud Claim, and then the next turn you have Vorinclex. Nobody cares. Like, somebody might, like, an individual person might pull out, yes, it's better with Defense of the Heart, Shades. We're not telling you Defense of the Heart's not better. We're not telling you it's not more mana efficient. But in terms of, like, the core thing to understand is Vorinclex being in the deck is resolve this, have mana, I win. That's true whether he gets played with Defense of the Heart. It's true whether you pull him out with Reality Scramble. It's true whether you use the Vivian that lets you, like, sack a creature to ladder up. Like, it's just always true. And you can make it more mana efficient. You can make it happen one turn faster. But in terms of like the perception of the deck, that is just the play pattern of the counter doubler in this deck. Is I play this, remove it, or you are now under threat of me winning. And like, yeah, I think it is boring. That's how it is. Some cards are boring and effective. And so I think that's up to you, is whether you want this to be like a workhorse deck that does the thing, or you want this to be a more like cutesy story-driven deck, or like narratively involved deck. Innkeeper's Talon and Vorinclex don't belong in those versions of the deck, but they do belong in the workhorse version of the deck, and tutors for them belong in that workhorse version of the deck. I do think it's worth swapping Elena, but at this point we need to move on, because at this point we're pulling up the foundations of the entire deck. What red partner would be better? Anything. Galdarn, anything. Maybe not Amy Pond. Wow, red partners are bad. Holy fuck, red partners are bad. You could do Tago for sure. Then yeah, I mean, I think you can... Oh yeah, are there any Gruul partners? Because then we don't go outside of Gruul. Not any good ones. There's Tana, but she's a 4-mana 2/2 that we're not Voltroning. We could try something like that, and then you could have more... because we scrolled past a couple planeswalkers that were like, make a individual creature bigger rather than like buff your entire board. Yeah, like Zhang Yangu, Vivian of the Arkbow, Vivian Nature's Avenger. And so if you go for Tana, you could throw in some planeswalkers that do that, or you could even get like Rowan in. But I think that's all stuff you have to figure out in meditation. For now, I'm giving you absolutely chaotic mechanic. We are just all fucking over the place. I mean, Minsc and Boo can put counters on Tana, but also I think Minsc and Boo is just the better commander for the deck, so I don't know if we want to open up that particular jar of worms. Like, Minsc and Boo just clears the fuck out of this deck. But then Minsc and Boo, everyone's like, oh, why are you doing Super Friends? Why aren't you doing Hamster Voltron like Minsc and Boo players always do? Alright, so next, we're going to move to Jarthur, but we need to hit the manual ad break because the pre-roll demons are back. So give me one moment, everybody. Whole time, and by whole time I mean the lovely... Okay, we are back. Terafon, I have an appointment for 6 to 7 Central Time. We'll be around before and after, though. Terafon, what time is it for you now? Personal question. Why do you hate the viewers? Give us chair on the code Porium or give us mana screw. Okay, Terafon, I'll keep apprised of that. So next, we have Jarthur's deck, which is listed as spooky. The deck in one word is Swarm, and I've been instructed to see the primer for additional details. God damn it. Okay. Get Scion Spawn and Wooburg, make their life hell by Annihilator triggers. Turn 1 to 2, figure out a mana base. Turn 3, pull Gigantha Companion to hand. Turn 4, play Commander. Turn 5, play Gigantha. Turn 6, get Scions and Spawns. Turn 7, activate Commander as many times as possible. Swing. Deck is meant for upper end of bracket 2, lower end of bracket 7. It's another fucking dual commander deck. Okay. Spell table with my brother is my normal game. So this is I am specifically tormenting Jonathan Arthur. So if you haven't met Aslask, he is a little tiny shithead. Sorry, I just got an aneurysm. Personal question, do elf ears get you going and add quality over what a normal human who looks the same outside of the ears would? Did you hear that, or are you what the fucking something else?
No, I heard that.
Okay, yeah.
That's just... Ew?
No. Thank you, Shakana. Anyway, even more disgusting than the question in Asla's deck. 36 lands is probably reasonable. Eldritch Immunity, Heroic Intervention, Unsettled Mariner. Is this just to have him also be a Scion? So to set everybody's expectations, this is a 1v1 deck. Alright, this is a 1v1 deck. We're flickering. We are... I mean, this card is actually fucked up and hateful. Tutoring a land to field and blowing up somebody else's land, both ramping yourself and unramping somebody else, is quite good. Okay, draw 2 for them getting landfall is fine. I mean, this is dog shit, but alright. And there's also, I mean, so first and foremost, a core problem here is the bracket system falls apart as soon as you move into 1v1. As soon as you move into 1v1, this is actually the place where you want to do all of those really fucking dumb limits, like, oh, we can only do a specific monetary amount. Oh, we're going to do a point system. Oh, we're going to have this, like, comprehensive ban list. Because the bracket system is meant to manage your Rule 0 conversation. It's meant to help you set expectations for the game. In 1v1... Rule 0's already happened. When you picked the format, you had your Rule 0 conversation. Like, nobody's loading into... Well, some people are, and this is why they fucking hate Arena, but nobody should be loading into Magic the Gathering Arena and going, alright, let's have a chill game of Standard. Let's have a casual Standard game instead of a Standard game where either of us tries to do anything fucked up like win. So we can I can talk about this in the context of how would we make this a commander deck that could operate bracket 2, bracket 3 in a actual commander game. But as soon as we get in dual commander, the only answer is shoot his dick off. You are 5 colors. That is 5 different colors. That is 5 factorial or something combinations of colors of dick kickery. Does that count if you're playing a time capsule format? Yes, time capsule is just the limits you've imposed on yourself. So we have reducer, we have 5 pieces of removal. One of which is Ugin in a deck that do I even need 3 hands? Like, am I good on 2 hands for the number of colorless spells you have? Let's see. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're on the second hand. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. That's better than I thought it would be. That's better than I thought it would be. That is still so fucking little. So fucking little. You have to have opened this guy out of a pack. I'm glad you supported your LGS buying a Tarkir collector booster. Looking at this art, I'm so glad you enjoyed that collector booster. Devoid. Okay. Let's keep counting then. So we go from, it was what, 19? 20. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. Dog, I'm gonna Vine Boon myself anyway, because the Devoid does save the Ugin include. 27 is like, sure, little low, totally reasonable. I was about to be so apologetic until I scrolled to fucking you are not beating the Tarkir booster box allegations with this section. You are not beating the fucking Tarkir booster box allegations. You need fucking Wooburg? Dog, we've had birds forever. We've just had birds the whole time. Oh, it looks like a hot booster box because they got Mistrise Village too. Which is a good card. I'm not even dragging this card. I'm just saying, like, they opened the set and they were like, damn, this card fucks. Damn, this set fucks, dude. 3 tree mascot, bro. Like, yeah, I mean, this, honestly, Hall of Famer deck. Hall of Famer deck. I'm going to put this in the fucking Maulhound Museum of why you need hard rules for 1v1 and you need social conversations for 4-player. We could absolutely do something workable with this deck for 4-player. For 1v1, as it happens, these 10 cards are horrible. Jarthur, thank you for the 50-bit cheer. Half the creatures are devoid, and yeah, my pack luck has been good for Tarkir. I mean, that's true sometimes. It's not true here. So, Jarthur, the short answer is if you want to play this deck against your brother and against Gen Pop, 2 different decks. There is no other answer than 2 different decks, and once you are running 2 different decks, the 1v1 version, and Alec, we're going to get into your question talking about this. 1v1 formats, you can actually manage power level reasonably well with ban lists, budget limits, and point systems. Those types of very hard, explicit limits that you optimize within are very, very useful for a 1v1 system. And so for this deck, if it's a dual commander deck, you can balance that really well with a ban list. You can use the Canadian Highlander point system. You can use a budget limit. You can use a like set limit. Be like, oh, this deck has to be standard legal. It has to be modern legal. You can tie that together in 1v1. All of that is fucking meaningless in Commander. And so what this would look like as a even halfway reasonable bracket 2, bracket 3 Commander deck should not bear any resemblance to what an effective dual Commander list looks like. First and foremost, I'm going to need you to like triple the dick kickings. You are literally every color in the game. Your removal can be so efficient and so effective. And here you are, Beyblading the worm. Beyblading the goddamn worm, Harold. Jarthur, we got to get you on Brawl so that you can understand just how necessary and hateful removal suites are in 1v1 gaming. We have $500 and it's on drip. We have $500 stuffed into this deck and it's on drippy Ugin. There's also some stuff that's in here where it's like, hell yeah, man, that do say Eldrazi on it. That do say Eldrazi. You got yes, you have some Eldrazi in here. Whereas like, yeah, okay, having one more devoid creature matters for Ugin. You know what else matters? Motherfucking Fatal Push, dude. Like most 1v1 games can and should get decided in the first couple turns because you are like sniping other people's setup. If you are including something in this deck because it can work with Ugin to begin removing things on turn 7, we are like turbo fucked when we're already in. Like Ugin is here to provide removal for decks that are otherwise colorless and physically cannot remove things. You can stroke a bitch whenever you want. Sorry, you can schlacht a bitch whenever you want. And so I think this deck right now looks to me, this deck is like what somebody would build if they had an information prison. This deck is what somebody would build if you like freed them from a Siberian work camp and they had all like found some magic cards but never had the opportunity to develop a competitive meta and never had access to Google. Because we have some cards like Sowing Micah Spawn, incredibly relevant, incredibly strong card. Then we have Says Eldrazi. Very relevant protection spell. Dog counts as a Scion. This is Ward 1. Ward 1 is just giving your opponent time to laugh maniacally as they pay it and kill your thing. And then we have like normal commander removal, normal Eldrazi removal, normal Eldrazi removal, and then we avoided having like any other appropriate type of interaction in favor of just being like, oh, this guy says Eldrazi on it, woo! And then you die. Then you die. Like at least this one that I moused over has an ETB for the fucking Eldrazi Displacer. But like this is yeah, like we are banking so hard. You don't need in 1v1 an overwhelming number of Annihilator 1 triggers. If you are playing in a 1v1 and you swing 3 things with Annihilator 1 at a board that is not super full, you fucking won, dude. Like, that's the ball game. If it's turn 4, turn 5, and you have gained if it's turn 4, turn 5, and you swing like 2 fucking Scions with Annihilator 1, and if they don't have 2 creatures to sack, and they sack 2 lands, that game's over. Like, the ref is gonna call that off for fucking safety reasons. Annihilator is a fucked up and evil thing. Like, we are, and I don't think that's your fault, Jarthur, but I think that is the fault of trying to build for dual commander and 4-player commander at the same time. They are, like, it's not impossible. If I say it's impossible, a lot of people are going to take that as key jingling and be like, oh, well, I'm so smart that I'm sure I could deduce a deck that would operate exactly the same in dual commander and 4-player commander. So I'm not going to say it's impossible, because I don't want people to fucking do that. Life is just better if you build for them separately. And so I would highly advise building for them separately. And this deck, as it stands, looks somewhat appropriate for a bracket 2 Eldrazi overrun deck, except for these fucking 10 cards. Even for bracket 2, just please God, cast Cultivate. Holy God, just cast 3 visits. Yeah, just cast like 3 visits, cast Nature's Lore, cast Farseek, anything but the goddamn mana neutral devotees. Open the way. Yeah, there's just, yeah, there's a million things you can be doing instead of having to fall back onto the Tarkir pack luck. But then the rest of these is like, it is appropriate. You have a lot of very, very fair creatures. We're playing a strong archetype, but we're not playing any no reason combos. We have dedicated win conditions. Like, we're gonna swing a bunch of annihilators that are getting +X. It might not be like, it's not gonna win you a fucking Grammy, but it's going to get the game over, and that is good. So I would sign off on the deck almost as is. Get Unsettled Mariner the fuck up out. If you show me Ward 1 ever again, I'm gonna spit, Jarthur. So I would almost sign off on the deck as is. Like, yeah, you have no removal. You're Eldrazi and you want to be the problem. You are pretty criminally lacking in card draw as well. So maybe I can't sign off on this. But overwhelmingly the problem is this can't fucking stand up in 1v1 unless you guys have, like... Unless we're in Plato's Allegory of the Cave. But if you are playing all of your commander inside Plato's Allegory of the Cave, then this deck is tremendous. So I'm going to give you Tuned wrongly for definitely Mechanic. I think the ways you fix this are in the 1v1. You need a much higher number of efficient removal. You do not need many spawns to win a 1v1. You need to hit like 2 or 3 spawns with Annihilator 1 while having creature removal, and then they're going to have to sack half their board, and then it's just a war of attrition that you 100% win at that point. For 4v4, this is actually like a decent shot at fair Drazi that can still win the game. But I think we need more things. I think you would benefit greatly from the like mono white weenies draw package that gets thrown around a lot. So like Idol of Oblivion, Welcoming Vampire, Enduring Innocence, all of these things that will see a Spawn or Scion coming into play and go, oh, pick up a card for that. Tokaj is welcome. There's Benny Brax as well. There's a ton of these. Do counterspells count as removal? I mean, Sith kind of. It's not a... I'm not going to give like a hard yes or no, because counterspells are typically the most powerful removal in the game at the price of being very inflexible, because you have to decide while the spell is on the stack whether or not you're going to use it, versus something like just a kill creature spell. You know, if that creature has an ETB or if they have a way to give it haste, it lets them do more before you can react, but you can decide later if you want to get rid of it or not. So all of these cards we've just flashed, Jarthur, these would be great for the 4-player version of the deck. Please, God, drop the devotees. Jarthur, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. Part of the lower removal is just both me and my brother not finding mass removal fun. Definitely need some of those draw cards, though. Mango, when this makes it into the VOD, please type in an overlay that says, both me and my brother just don't find mass removal fun. And if we could have Annihilator 1 fade in underneath that, that would just be fucking super. Thank you, Mango. Yeah, and as Alec Man's saying, we're going to need to slow zoom on that. Now, Jarthur, I do get what you're saying, and thank you for that contribution to the dog pile. I don't want to sound like I'm totally dismissing it out of hand, but for 1v1, it is goddamn near impossible to balance completely around what you both find fun, because at some point it's just going, let me show you my deck, bro. I think this thing is cool. And that is a totally okay activity to do with your brother. I've got this new deck I built that I want to play with somebody someday. Check this shit out. Like, that's a totally fine activity. And we're not even saying mass removal, but it's like, if you're both just letting each other play 3 and 4 mana setup pieces and not responding to it, then barely any cards in your deck matter, because there's no tactics. You're literally just doing an auto battler. Like, straight up. If you're not poking and prodding each other's defenses to try to like snipe each other's important pieces, it's just commander auto battler, and it's whose top 10 had more pieces of their like generic synergy piece. Yeah, it's Balatro 1v1. And that's all on top of the Annihilator 1 zoom in we're doing. All right. We're going to hit another manual ad break, but it's going to be short. And then we'll do Terafon now. I feel like dislike of mass removal comes from playing a strategy that stalls out like a 50-year-old jalopy after a board wipe. Agu, that is extremely true. This, Jarthur, if I can tell you one thing, I'm going to tell you the reason you dislike mass removal is because you are terminally focused on overkill. It makes 100% immediate sense to me that the person playing this deck finds a lot of removal extremely annoying and boring, because your deck is not built to do its job. Your deck is built to do 300% of its job and a bunch of victory laps, which is very easily interrupted by removal, and it creates these huge disparities in, okay, games where I don't get removed, I get my 5 million victory laps, and games where I do get removed, I accomplish extremely zero. Yeah, as Elegman's saying, this deck is dedicated to doing tricks on it, and we have to establish the ability to bounce on it once. One solid bounce is all I'm asking out of this deck. That's all I need out of Azlask, because one solid bounce. And if you don't like that, then you probably just don't like 1v1. I don't. That's why I don't stream Standard. I don't fucking like 1v1. It sucks. Gotta have more brothers. Alright, 1 minute ad break, then Terafon. You're coming down so that I don't have to hold any more mental space for your appointment. Yeah, like I'm just... I've watched... I can fix the need more brothers problem. Yeah, and I have heard... I'm debating whether or not I wade into Standard yet again, but I have heard that the Standard situation has only gotten worse after the release of Tarkir Dragonstorm. Like, I've heard that Esper Pixie is slowly falling out of the top of the meta, and now the two good decks are, you are doing Overlord, Beans, Imagination, or you are doing Mice. Oh, Domain fell out, Pixie stayed. How is Brawl different from Standard? I assume both are sweaty. Both are very sweaty. Standard cards are often better. Is it Steel Cutter is now the top deck? God damn. Prowess is here. Alright. I will check that out then. But yeah, Standard seems like... it just seems awful to participate in. Like, I click into... I will click into Ash Lizzle's stream from time to time, and she only ever seems like she's having the worst time in the fucking world. Now, obviously, that time can't be all that bad because she is immensely successful playing Standard, but, like, I'll dip in for, like, 30 seconds, and it's just 30 seconds of her going, like, fuck this place. And then I click out. We also have a random Smasher Pass for Helios. Hard Pass. Hard Pass. The funniest thing I find about Standard is it can also just win in Pioneer Explorer. I mean, yeah, like modern Standard is... it's violent, it's criminal, it's deplorable. That's the dude from Princess Mononoke. Holy shit, you're so right. Still pass. Is a good boy, though. Alright, ad break's over. Terafon, it's your time. Terafon spent in a spooky deck. I like backgrounds. Makes for a fun enchantment Voltron style deck. Lots of Commander Matters stuff. The free spells and Aragorn because 4 color and more value. And game actions because dopamine. Why can't this guy hold down a job? Backgrounds are cool. Game actions make dopamine go up. This is Commander Matters. I purposely went with no tutors because it will play different every game based on which backgrounds I pull, and I like that. The only game changer is the Fierce. I wanted all the Commander Matter stuff in there, so that one, Obscuring Haze, and Flawless Maneuver are as much thematic choices as they are good to have. Okay, everybody. We're going to have to do a channel points prediction for this one. How does this deck, which is all about how the commander matters, and Terafon, you don't say anything in chat. How does this deck, which cares very deeply about its commander, protect the incredibly threatening game winner that is Aragorn? I'm going to put a prediction in chat in just a second. So the options are going to be more than 10 double-digit or higher protection spells. Counter spells will count for that. Tim's and a Dream, which is Swiftfoot Boots, Lightning Greaves, and the optimistic belief they'll draw them. Or Prayer, which is none of these things. And they just explain very calmly to the table, don't worry, guys. It's a funny deck. Aragorn's gonna kill you turn 5, but it's pretty silly. What about the free spells? How do they factor in? So, like Fierce Guardianship, I'll say Fierce Guardianship specifically doesn't count for the protection suite. Just for the Tim's in a Dream thing to have a chance. But other counter spells, if they have like Force of Will on the deck, we will get mad at them for other reasons, but Force of Will will count as protection for Aragorn. Or if they have yeah, Deflecting SWAT is protection for sure. So we have 37 lands, which is reasonable. If it is, I'm going to say since we've already covered Commander Matters, I'm going to count other protection spells differently from the Commander Matters one. So if it's free cast because you own your commander, I'm going to assume they put that in for dopamine rather than for specific commander protection purposes. All right, votes are locked in. Let's see. There's the Swifties. There's the Tims. We have Voltron. We have Voltron. Oh, let's see if they have tags. Okay. So here is a protection spell, a protection spell, a protection spell, half a protection spell, yeah, we should have had our command. It should have been, the deck should have been Commander's Grave Matters. We don't even have Deflecting SWAT, I don't think. Nope. This is a $1,200 funeral. So that's going to be Tim's in a Dream for the channel point prediction. Okay, so dollar store swag. We care about enchantments, which makes sense if we went all in on backgrounds. Okay, here's another set of Tims. We have enchantment-based card draw, another set of Tims. Okay, so we are on Enchantress, but we are on bad Enchantress because 15 of our enchantments only matter if our commander gets played. So this is a distinct gimmick, which does matter. We have instantly relegated ourselves. Oh shit, Exotic Show, thank you for gifting 5 subs, my friend. Welcome to Dog Heaven. I appreciate that generosity so much. All right. So we've instantly relegated ourselves to the world of we have no idea how powerful this deck is because it depends entirely on which background we top deck, which I hate on a personal level. But let's playtest a few times in an attempt to work with that. So we can play, I mean, 1 land. I'll be reasonable. Free mulligan. This looks like something that would work. Play that. Play this guy who turns our pseudo Adeline on our commander. We play that guy, we play the Lantern, and then the next turn we'll use this tap land, but we get Aragorn out. We're off to the fucking races now. Play another land. So we can do Elevere ETBs or attacks, so we can enchant something, namely Aragorn. We would probably like Archon of Sun's Grace out. I mean, listen, yeah, so real talk, we don't get to fucking untap with this guy. But let's pretend we did. We would play this. We cast a white spell, and so we make a 1/1. Hey, look at that. Isn't that great? That used 4 of our mana, so we can hold up nothing to protect Aragorn with. We play this. We God, I fucking hate Hype Beast decks, man. Like Terafon, I'm sure you're a nice person. We could print out a set of sleeves that said Supreme on them and call this shit a day with how... and this is what I was afraid of, is... yeah, if you're playing in Legos pods, like, you can be allowed to do the thing. This is for sure just... this is like fucking finger painting. This is fucking finger painting, and I'm glad you get to finger paint in your Commander games. But I don't... I'm the right person to judge you. I am not the right person to help you. So we have does nothing, does a little bit of something with all the other things that that say enchantment on them. Bad, but we just want to trigger max. So if we Elevere on this turn, we will trigger a green spell and a white spell. So this is a 9/9. We will get another one of these tokens. We will also get a 2/2 because we're going to put a virtuous roll onto Aragorn. I mean, we play Cloakwood Hermit too to make this guy a 13/13, and then I think the virtuous roll gives us like 1 more point as well. Oh no, it's +1/+1 for each enchantment. Okay, so it gets 1 for the roll, and then 1 for this. So he's a 15/15. Turn 6. Very threatening. Ivike198, thank you for the 2 months in a row at tier 1, my friend. Sup to you as well. Oh, this is a background, not a creature. Yeah. So +3. So he's 15/15. Or 16/16. Who cares? He is fucking... It's lethal in 2 swings, but not in 1. That is the only shit that matters. We're going to get a late Farseek. And now I would like to... now I would like to impress upon you what is wrong because of the choose your own adventure nature of the deck and just making it a pile of like cards that you think are pretty. Is we're now on turn 7. If nobody has interrupted us, we've threatened one person's life. We have threatened one person's life. We have a commander that starts at 8/8 and can potentially make tokens depending on who we swing it at. Oh, we would have gotten to draw 1 extra card. So we also have our land drop for turn. And so we had 7 turns of being like, ooh, look at this good card. And now we have no method of getting to lethal. We could have protected our commander if we played this way, way slower. If we were doing this in a way that allowed us to protect our commander, and I'm not even going to do the like more bad faith, like, oh, what if you get hit with like imprisoned in the moon or some other shit that you know that you have no way of interacting with. If they just tried to hit you with any kill spell, or if they tried to fucking like collateral you with a board wipe, if we were trying to protect against that, we can't against sorcery speed. This doesn't do anything. And if Aragorn goes away and we replay Aragorn, we're just on like nothing. We put ward on him, but our virtuous roll is gone. We don't have methods to draw cards. We don't have other methods to enchant our creatures. And so in our quest to do a little bit of everything, like we have taken one step in every direction and never left square one because of it. Which I guess can be satisfying when it works out. I don't doubt that there are some games you've played of this deck where it was satisfying. This seems like the most, like the senior superlative this deck gets is #1 most likely to non-game in the history of Commander games. Because we just go into waiting mode. And if we draw our lands, we can... Oh god, creature card. Oh yeah, it's bipolar as hell. And as somebody who has bipolar, that's not fun. That's not a cool and sick thing. It's just like, oh, I guess I'm laying in bed all day today. Like, bros, like on a fundamental level, I cannot understand the line of reasoning of, no, it's so fun. What if I sat there and didn't do anything for 2 hours? Because then the next time, maybe I'll do something. When you could do something every game! I'm not even saying win! I'm not even saying win every game. I'm not even saying like, oh, put Rhystic Study in, tutor everything. I'm just being like, what if you had agency? What if you didn't have bed sores? This deck has bed sores! And it's going, aren't my bed sores so funny? So far I've run 8-ish games with it and only once has it flopped. Then important question, do you think the turn 7 board state in this playtest was a flop? Because I think that is also very indicative. Like if your entire playgroup is playing bracket 1 3-hour games, this deck is perfect. 0 changes. Okay, so you do think that was a flop. So I will try some more gold fishing. Because I do think we have a ton of people who... Okay, you wouldn't kept a 5-land opener. Are you on free mulligans? Or do we use official mulligan rules? Okay, so official mulligan rules. So now we have ward, and now we have enchantment draw card. So this looks like as close to a god hand as this deck gets, because we play this, and now this card's dog shit, but it says draw a card, which is much less dog shit. So we crack Windswept Heath for... I don't think what I get matters as long as it comes in untapped, so I can do this to... And we're giving it double strike. It's just... Okay, sorry guys. I just wanted to set this up so that we could get more gold fishing done than normal. So this is going to allow us to playtest the deck with a very, very high degree of efficacy and fidelity towards Terafon's play patterns. Maybe you won. Ah, non-game. It's too bad. Okay, we got to show people a lot of cards though. We got to play some OG duels. This is good. I like this deck. There we fucking go. We got them. We got these motherfuckers. Okay. So I both understand this was the goal, and this is the part of the stream where we talk about having bad dreams. That seems like the most Y commander. I want it to play different. So is it different for different sake? My play pattern is become the problem, then die. That I understand. And we are... Candlekeep Sage is how we've become the problem. Like anything, like I can appreciate, you know, I've been around a lot. I like it to be different each game. How could we... I would like to propose a somewhat different solution that I have seen another person do that they were quite happy with. I think it would be quite an involved undertaking, but this deck does not... Like, we keep using the word different, and what I see out of this deck is not different play patterns. It is the same play pattern, but it's either good or it's bad, depending on if I drew something that draws me cards when I play an enchantment. That seems to be like the core knob we can turn, which doesn't really influence how unique the gameplay of the deck is, but it influences like, okay, is this deck strong or not? So we're moving the knob on how powerful it is, but we're not really moving the knob on the play pattern. If we want it to play differently, what I would recommend to you is what I saw somebody do with their Muldrotha deck, because they were much in the same place. If they played a lot of Magic, they played a lot of good Magic, and they really loved Muldrotha, they disliked how simple it was for Muldrotha to be good. And what they did is they built, I believe it was like 6 or 7 interchangeable sections of the deck that would focus on different things. It was basically like different 15 to 20 card packages for different elements of Muldrotha to lean into. And the way they made their deck different every Commander night was they would either have opponents choose or they would roll dice. Because there is a definite reality where you focus where there's like play patterns for focusing on attacking somebody who has the most life, where like Hardy Outlander and Veteran Soldier become much better. There's also a reality where we care about 1/1 counters, and Master Chef is the more important thing. There's also a reality where we care a lot about like consistently dealing damage every end step, or consistently dealing damage of even like Aragorn Aristocrats. No, it wasn't mid game. It was at the beginning of every game. And they would like they had like their land base, and then they would pick, they would pick like 3 buckets from their 6 or 7 of like, these are the different things Muldrotha does well. And I think this would be, you could get like, you would still probably keep the Enchantress package for every single version of the deck, because we're always caring about a background. But what's setting off my sniffer is not the Enchantress package necessarily. It is that like none of the backgrounds care about each other. But you could for sure make something like that where you had 4 to 7 different sets of like, oh, these 3 to 4 backgrounds actually like kind of work together. And I'm going to take those 3 backgrounds and have a support package for those 3 backgrounds. And then I'm going to play that deck where it cares about like flickering Aragorn for something. Like that deck could care about, oh, big things ETB. Now I have Terror of the Peaks. I have Garruk's Uprising, and I have Candlekeep Sage, or I even have like Flame Shadow Conjuring, which wouldn't work because he's legendary, but like something that cares about snip, snap, Aragorn comes and goes, and then that deck is both entirely cohesive and it's entirely different from the deck that cares about Aragorn's gonna beat you to death with hammers. So it allows you to have unique play experience every time. The tough part about that is some of the decks would be like clearly better or worse than the others. And it's hard to manage that, but it does also enable you to slide into like almost any bracket and be like, oh, we're playing good decks, then I'm going to pick from these 2, because one of these two decks, this plays at 3. You know, these 3 decks, solid ones. And that to me sounds like the type of thing that you want to do, and then it lets you It lets you have that. I don't want to have, you know, this is my Aragorn commander deck. It does the same thing every single time. You can have like, this is my Aragorn commander deck. It has a number of different paths, but each of those paths is laid out very well. Whereas like right now, this strikes me at outside of the cards that are, these cards are good if you say the word enchantment around them, which is what Argothian Enchantress is. This kind of seems like you went, I'd like to build a road, and you put one brick around you in every cardinal direction. And I think if you do the swap out plan, which again, big undertaking because you have to kind of group or even make like multiple overlapping groupings of which backgrounds you think work better. And then you have to pick like a round number of what am I trading in and out every game to support the different backgrounds. But I do believe that is the end point that you would like the most, is having the myriad Aragorn decks. Okay, dope. Then I would do that. And then you either roll dice or you ask your table to pick before the game. And then you get a different experience each time like you want. The deck is coherent like I want. And the backgrounds matter also like you want. And it stays Aragorn. So I think this is like... You have definitely made a deck that has the capability to function with this very like solid Enchantress plan, and with just the fucking wall of Aragorn text, and all 15 of these backgrounds are trying to talk over each other. Some of them, God, I don't know the singing term, harmonize. Some of them harmonize with each other. A lot of them are just like yelling over each other right now. And quite frankly, Aragorn is not as important as I thought he was. You know who's important? This bitch, the 0-1. Like, Argothian's important. Elevir's probably decently important. Sithis is incredibly important. So is Tuvasa the Sunlint. But that is what I would do. I think the struggles you are having with it right now are entirely down to... Ideally, each background wants to be in its own deck. I don't think you have to build 15 different piles, but I think 5 to 7 different piles that were dedicated to like subgroupings of backgrounds, and then all of the cuts you make for the other backgrounds you use for like additional specific support for that background grouping. Then you get like, yeah, now we have mechanically distinct and coherent. Now this is definitionally chaotic mechanic as it stands, because intended, right? Intentionally chaotic mechanic. I do respect the hustle of wanting to shake things up. And so I hope that is at least some generalized advice on how you can go about shaking things up. But I think this can work. But I do think you have to rip that Muldrotha strategy of like interchangeable piles that go in the deck for like, okay, today's game is roll a d8 or whatever. All right, today's 1/1 counter day. Like, all right, today's dethrone day. Like, you're in 4 colors. When you're attacking the player with the most life, you can do like a dethrone package. Couldn't you do everything that you're saying but use normal enchantments instead of backgrounds for less of a cluttered mess? Well, yeah, we could do that, and then we lose like the entire flavor of thing that they like. Like, I think the thing they like about this is all the backgrounds. The backgrounds are an important part to this player's experience of the deck. And so the quest is, how do we make that coherent and workable without having it be this cluttered? Yeah, like we could just make an Aragorn Enchantress deck and it would be fine, and Terafon just wouldn't like it as much. Load-bearing backgrounds. Got it. Yeah, Dean, you got it. Load-bearing backgrounds. Mald, I remember asking a while back about some mono white commanders, but since I've opted to keep it as a go wide deck, but now with Jazal Goldmane in the command zone. Yeah, that seems fine as a finisher. Okay, so Terafon, that is going to be it for you. Thank you for the submission. We're going to hit an ad break so I can go potty, and then we're going to bring Mevo down. Whole time. I'll leave you guys the chair this time. All right. What if we bid for our names on the chair for lengths of time, like a NASCAR? Maybe I make that the, like, Patreon thing. Jarthur, thank you for the 95-bit cheer. Mald so distracted by the dual commander tag that he forgot to playtest for mine. Again, thank you for the roast, sir. Got lost in chat. Jarthur, thank you for the contribution to the dog pile. Listen, we can go back and playtest it, but yours is actually a deck where I totally trust that it playtests as the primer said, which is why I didn't feel the need to. I just think that the way your primer says it plays is deeply, deeply wrong for dual commander. Why is Delve so strong? There are two Sultai commanders I can think of who primarily use it. There's one guy who I always hear it's completely broken in CEDH, and then the new Taval. Why is it so good? Mana's crazy, Brigham. Like, the main way we gate the power of spells in this game is mana. And being able to evade mana costs or even pay them with alternate resources is crazy good. Same reason Channel's so good. If you can make up for a lack of mana with an alternate resource, it's fucked up. Beeb, not only did I washed my hands, I kissed my girlfriend, I got some water, and I nabbed an Uncrustable. Will, Gamer Subs tasting is good. I gotta order my next bundle today. Makichi, they go up on Ko-Fi at the beginning of every month. They're gonna go up on Ko-Fi. So we'll do the normal announcement for this. This coming month, the free deck roasting stream is happening May 3rd at noon. You need Twitch channel points to purchase an entry to a raffle in which we will roast your deck live if you get picked. They go on sale Sunday, May 4th at noon. Hey Mauld, any tips on how to avoid getting flooded even after cutting lands to an irresponsible level? I have a treasure deck I play tested in a live pod the other night. In 4 out of 4 games, I spent every turn land passing, and over 2/3 of the 33 lands in the deck were in the top 50 cards after shuffling. Other than shuffle more, shuffle better, you need more card draw or more card selection. If you're in a treasure deck, you probably have access to red. And there is nothing that fixes a land flood like Cathartic Reunion. Now, having, 22 in the top half of your deck and 11 in the bottom half of your deck, that to me sounds like you have some sort of like unconscious bias while you shuffle. But even if you do, a good way to correct that is more cards like Cathartic Reunion, unless your deck like needs an over, but if you have too many lands and not enough other stuff, then you just discard the lands. Yeah, or wheel effects will also do it. But generally the answer to I'm drawing too many or not enough of any given card type. I mean, I have Cathartic Reunion in the deck. So Demran, there's like 15 versions of this effect. It's not about any one card. When I give you a card that I think will make the deck better, I am not saying this specific card is going to save the day. I am saying having a high concentration of this type of effect is what you need. So if you have Cathartic Reunion and you are not also running Thrill of Possibility, if you are not also running Faithless Looting is like a little risky because this one is like straight up card negative instead of just card selection. I mean, if you have a lot is a very relative term. If you are casting multiple a game and you're still just hitting lands, then like when you say a lot, do you mean 15 or more, or do you mean less than 15? If you have less than 15, by my mark, you do not have a lot. I'm not saying every deck needs to or wants to have 15 of those effects, but if you have under 15, you are not working with a lot. You are working with some. Over 10. Okay, that's good. Were you casting multiple in every game you played? Another thing is 4 is a really small sample size in the world of a 99 card singleton card game. So it could be that all of the components on your deck are fine. Now again, what you quoted about how spread around the lands were, that implies to me that you are shuffling improperly. I don't know enough about shuffling to know how one would shuffle improperly. Maybe pile shuffling can help you, even though I just mash shuffle. But that crazy of a spread, Or if you like shuffled it from a position of having all the lands clumped, you probably just like haven't shuffled enough. You are shuffling in one like repetitive way that isn't actually changing things around too much. Or you just got unlucky like 4 times. The sample size you need for command, the reason I always recommend goldfishing like 50 times for every commander deck is because a sample size of 4 is like nothing. In the context of identifying if a commander deck is working or not, 4 games is like fucking 0, unless it is the most outsized visible problem ever. Oh, thank you, Abizo. Yeah, Demron, I would recommend, if it's not already in an online service like Moxfield, put it in an online service like Moxfield and just like speed playtest the first 4 to 6 turns over and over and over. Do like fucking 50. Like fucking 50 of those things, because it should take you like 30 seconds of playtest on an online service. You can sit down, just spend like 20 to 30 minutes speed goldfishing the deck, and if the deck has flooding problems, you can identify, like you can't identify how overarchingly powerful a deck is from a goldfish, but if your deck has internal consistency issues, just goldfish the fuck out of it. And then that will give you more information to work with to correct the internal efficiency issues. We also have a free Discord where you can help get your decks improved even if you don't want something specific like a roast. As MLP is saying, so some decks are better to goldfish than to play. It's like very common phenomenon actually, is a deck where it's more fun to imagine playing the deck than it is to actually like play the deck. These are usually decks that take a shitload of game actions, but don't win concisely or win in a way that other people don't like. But anyway, let's move on to Mevo's deck. This is also spooky. The deck in one word is Assassinate. Hello, Maul. This is my submission as a spooky deck. Historically accurate, indestructible Justin is just that, a Voltron deck with a historic sub-theme. All we're trying to do is load up the commander with as much equipment as it takes to swing for unblockable lethal. Early game is about dropping Basim, followed up in the mid-game by stocking the commander up by cantripping in all of our equipment and trying to gain some board control. Once he gets big enough, we start swinging for unblockable player removal. I want to keep the deck Voltron themed with this commander, but currently having a hard time making it fast enough to keep up with the table. Okay. This is going to give me the opportunity to drop one of my favorite soapboxes in all of Magic, which is that every Voltron deck should be stacks. Whenever you cast a historic spell, draw a card. Basim can't be blocked. And on combat damage, put a 1/1 counter on this guy. Okay. So I do like the energy of we can use this to cantrip our equipment in the command zone. Doing equipment Voltron without access to white is definitely brave. So we have Propaganda, we have Silent Arbiter. We have our Alt WinCon. We have Tainted Strike. Definitely qualifying as spooky. Motherfuckers are gonna hate you. I've never been so grateful somebody did not abuse the silly tag. Why is it brave, Terrence? Because white has a lot of the other stuff that will also cantrip for equipment, and will provide other equipment and artifact benefits. 2 pieces of spot removal is insane. protection-based equipment. Touching cards. This is kind of light, but all 40 of our artifacts count as card draw with a 2-mana commander. So this is where, like, I will forgive you this, right? We don't need a million pieces of non-command zone card. Jesus Christ, we're bringing out... Okay, so this is where the soapbox is going to come out. The problem with your Voltron deck is not that it is too slow. The problem with your Voltron deck is that it is too fast. This is because no Voltron deck in the world can go quick enough to kill 3 players across multiple combats before anybody can remove your Voltron piece unless you are lying about your power level. If the decks are on roughly the same playing field and you are running Voltron, as a tautology, unless you get very lucky with Ramses, as Choo Choo's pointing out, unless you get very lucky with Ramses, the fastest you can go to remove players is never going to be quick enough to win before somebody can answer you. Because Voltron is so easy to answer. Like, case in point, the relevant slicer decks in CEDH were fucking stacks. You play things that prevent other people from doing the things that answer your commander. Like, same goes for, like, Alexios and Slicer can often skate by without doing stacks because they get to do damage 4 times as often, and they typically are successful at tables that don't have removal. And so this deck going, if I just play Basim early enough, because Chrome Mox looks like, oh, I want to get, and fucking Lotus Petal is, oh, if I just get turn 1 Basim, then it will be quickly enough. And you're never ever gonna win the race doing that against anybody but the blind. So we have some, like, cost reducers, we have some damage based equipment. Like, I would really be on Basim is here as Dimir control, and we're gonna use his unblockability to snap end the game later on, and we just use him as an artifact card draw engine as we otherwise set up. Like, the ability being limited to triggering only once a turn makes the Cheerios much less relevant in my head. Normally, if you want to abuse a win artifact, give card, you're doing it because you want to chain multiple Cheerios together. Basim triggering once a turn probably means, like, you want to play something on the cheaper end and maybe hold up mana for interaction, but we're, like, tapping some mana down to play something good, rather than I'll take anything just as long as it's 0 cost to Cheerio me. So with that in mind, I think most of these, like, 0 mana rocks are fucked. And if we're in Dimir, we're probably not going to get into crazy stacks anyway. But if you wanted to, stacks is not hardcore bracket 4 jail. There are some stacks pieces that are, which is kind of like this. If we want to go into jail and then have our commander be the jailbreak, this is instant bracket 4 jail. But this is the type of strategy that that I would recommend for I'm trying to build good Basim Voltron. So let me look at other things we can do that won't get us shot. This is much less aggressive, but will slow the game down. Why the fuck would we play this? Soulstorming, that's also part of why I said doing it in Dimmer's Brave, because if we were doing it in Esper, it would be really easy to do like Rule of Law, limit people to one spell a turn, limit people to like one land drop a turn. We have Silent Arbiter, so I will playtest this to see just how quickly we can try and win. So this is non-artifact, non-land. I will draw, I will put Venser under Chrome Mox, I Basim. This is as fast as we can go. Turn 2. I boots, he's unblockable, he has haste, he draws a card. Deals combat damage, gets a counter. Turn 3. This is going to come in tapped, which hurts for Exoskeleton. I play this, I draw a card, he's unblockable, he swings. He gets another counter. I do this. I do this, he's unblockable. I hold up 1 mana for Swan Song because of Foundry Inspector's cost reduction. Oh no, I have 2 mana available. Great. Draw a card, unblockable. I'm also going to tap for this for 1, even though it will not re-trigger Basim, just to get more mana open next turn. We swing. He's now a 5/5. I think we can kill 1 person. We might not be able to. So it costs 1 less. Historic permanence is 4, 6, 9, 13. So this is free actually. So yeah, we can. So we play this, we draw a card, and then we spend all of our mana to equip these 2 things. He's unblockable, has infect. We hold up 1 mana for Swan Song. We kill a person. And then we rinse and repeat. Turn 6 and 7, hoping that our individual counter spells are going to be enough to hold this thing together. This is like literally as good as you can get, and I think at any tables where the stuff you are playing is appropriate for the power level, you just get blown out. And that's why I say it's a tautology, where if you are playing good enough Magic to execute it this quickly, everybody else is playing good enough Magic that this isn't fast enough. And so I would... And this is less of an issue. We have top already. We have crazy... We can top crazy in this deck. It's not an unreasonable threat. I think if there was any goldfish that was going to win a game, it would be this one. This is also like as Christmas land as we can Christmas. Mevo, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. Exactly the issue I have. Yeah. So for once in the history of the Maultown Goldfish, this is perfection. This is the literal best thing the deck can do. We play our commander turn 1. We protect him turn 2. By turn 5, he can kill 1 person. But I think the average game, like if we stumble, God, like, I want to keep this hand because it has protection, but I'm going to try it. So like turn 3, unblockability. Someone else's turn, we drop Canine. Draw a card for it. And we would have played this. Oh, Baleful Strix is a fucking artifact. God damn it. Alright, never mind. Damn this playtest to hell. Okay. So we go turn 2, we have Basim. Turn 3, Basim's indestructible. If he swings, we get counter. Turn 4, like we Sig, we hold up Swan Song. I think this guy's historic because he's legendary. Yeah. So we draw a card off of it, drop Lotus Petal. We would also have drawn a card from Sig. And now it's turn 5. And as opposed to our lethal infect laser cannon, we have a indestructible 3/3. And we have a couple ways to swing him meaningfully, but the best we're going to do this turn is probably drop and equip Andril. And then he gets a little bit bigger. And yeah, Sudsball, that's what I'm trying to advocate for, is we want to lay this guy down. We want to lay this guy down and use him to just grind out card advantage through historics. And eventually he becomes a commander damage threat, but I don't think you don't want the immediate focus to be, this is my commander damage threat, because you're playing good Magic. You're playing with fast mana. You're playing with very good counter spells. You're playing with some very strong removal. If you lead with, this guy's gonna kill you immediately, you motivate everybody else to act dramatically. You scare the hose, and that is the big problem with this deck, is that it scares the hose much more than it can follow through on blowing up Gotham. So I would pivot this away from as much Voltron. Like, I think a lot of the damage-based Voltron things you don't want. I think you want the protection Voltron things, and I think you want, like, solid value historics, and then it can become, over time, Basim wears you down and then finishes you off. He is not Mega Power Crept Joyra. This guy only triggers once each turn. Yeah. No, they slammed the brakes on. Swords are relevant, but I would say everything but the best. Like, Fire Shrieker would be okay if we weren't value grinding. Excalibur's really goddamn funny, but like Bloodforged, even Blackblade, even Andoril, Sword of Hours, even Sword of the Animist. Like, your commander's 2 fucking mana, he draws you cards. Like, I know, like, ramping on attack is so dope. I don't think it's the most important thing in the world to you if you're hitting your land drops. Is Agent of the Shadow Thieves too slow? It's a little too slow. You don't want to be it can kind of help the political situation to spread your damage around. Oh, the Dragonstorm Sword could be a good one, yeah. Maybe it has blade in it. Alright, motherfucker. Yeah, hexproof from monocolored, I think, goes a lot further for protection than people think. Stuffing the mono black removal, stuffing the swords to plowshares, that is like tremendously relevant. I don't like... I like this on everybody's turns but ours. If we were allowed to, for even like 3 more mana, make this an asymmetrical effect, I could rock with it. But here's what's going to happen. Because every turn, we want to play a historic card to become unblockable. So it's really good when somebody else shoots at us. But when we play our 1 historic spell for the turn... Now they can shoot at our commander with impunity because we can't counterspell anymore. Like, we are... Especially if we're a grindy deck, we want to be... we definitely want to be able to have a counterspell after we make our guy unblockable. I do like... cards that I spell right. I do like Confounding Conundrum for to slow down the dirty rampers. Now the big problem with it is like this is good against mono green big damage, and it fucks you crazy style against Simic players because they're like, oh, I bounce a land? Sure, I wanted to do that anyway. Sangalini, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. So very, very double-edged sword here. A sword that is double-edged in pleasurable ways. Double-edged for your pleasure is the WOP sword. This is going to be like protection. It's going to give you a ton of value as well. Like, these are the type of Voltron pieces you want. You want your Voltron pieces to turn... This man, Basim, you want Basim to become a Mario brother. You want all of your equipment to enable him to beat coins of people, to beat coins out of people like they are a goddamn piñata. We don't need to focus as much on me kill you as fast as can, but it needs to be, I'm keeping a full hand. I'm keeping mana open. I'm keeping my commander protected from the most common threats. And so the games are going to go longer, but you are going to be the one preventing games from ending early. And then you're just going to like snipe people out as time goes on. Key to the Vault and Omni Tool. I'm partial to this. Here's my thing. Very good card. Deck as it stands doesn't have crazy bombs. And so even though the value is good, the value is so immediately apparent that unless you put some stuff in here where it's like very worth it to get a free cast off of Key to the Vault, you're just going to play this and people are going to be like, holy fuck, this guy's going to get a free spell. Get him. And then it's going to be like Smash Bros. In high school. Key to the Vault is in there. This just makes happy brain chemical. Mevo, thank you for that contribution to the dog pile. I might cut this shit, King. I'm legitimately unsure about this one. Because it's good, but it's almost like too good. I also don't feel great about Vorpal Sword either. Like, I think by the time we're getting this late into the game, we should be like chumping people out anyway. I mean, the thing is, if we're playing like proper spooky Voltron, we are using all of our fun budget on the fact that we are playing Voltron to begin with. Like, playing Dimir Voltron, you have used up all of your funny dollars, telling me that I am playing Bracket 3 Dimir Voltron. And so all of our actual card choice has to be, like, pretty fucking tight on making this work. This is absolutely better than a number of precons. We can discuss whether or not it lives up to bracket 3, but this is like the region we're trying to play in based on the quality of like individual cards we're running. We do have Tainted Strike. Cranial Plating is not in the deck, nor should it be. Like, we're again, it's if there's any card suggestion that starts from a place of, well, this would let Basim deal so much damage, that suggestion is wrong. Flat out, I want to start there. For the bracket 4 detractors who are like, oh, this isn't bracket 3 because it has too many game changers, we cut Chrome Mox, we cut Ancient Tomb, we don't fucking look back, then we're on bracket 3. Like, I think in terms of aim, this deck should be taking aim at WotC bracket 3, and we are a grindy 3. You could bring this to a 4 table, but it needs to be a much, much more responsible control suite than this if it's going to be at a bracket 4 table. But you can just, like, holy shit, Dr. D. Glover, thank you for both the Prime sub and the 10 gifted community subs. Welcome to the dog home, my friend. I appreciate that generosity. This is too fast for bracket 3. Anyway, D. Glover, I appreciate that generosity. Thank you for pushing us into a level 4 hype train just off of that. Like, Wizards line for bracket 3 was turn 7 and beyond, a 2-card infinite can end the game. Best case scenario, with zero bad things happening to this person, they had, I think, 2 counterspells to stand on. So if nothing bad hit that person, they could have ended the game by turn 7, which is right on the fucking edge, but that is like dollars to donuts, the wording of bracket 3. And if we looked at the other playtests that were anything but like the most sculpted hand in existence, it takes like 9 or 10 or even more turns to win, which is extremely bracket 3. It's just bracket 3, but a little bit unfocused. And so it has some hands that are much better than others. But like, this is bracket 3 all fucking over it. And if we want to make it officially bracket 3, you just cut Chrome Mox and Ancient Tube, because those cards are just in here because they're good. Because like Mevo was like, oh, how do I make this deck go fast enough? And so they put in the fast cards, but they don't actually serve you here. And D. Glover, thank you so much. I appreciate that, and I am very glad to hear that somebody else in this world is not broke anymore. Condor679, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. Helios, thank you for that reminder that we are enough. We do matter, and you should love yourself. You should love yourself enough that you have a positive, personal opinion about yourself when Mevo comes in and kills your dumbass turn 8 of a Commander game. Mevo, thank you for the 300-bit cheer. Would you recommend just dropping to bracket 3? Yes, and I would recommend dropping to bracket 3 very specifically by just cutting Ancient Tomb and cutting Chrome Mox. Those are like, those two are officially the game changers that are pushing you over the bracket 3 limit, and they matter for going fast, but they like, your deck doesn't want to go fast. You want to slow this down. You want to grind a little bit harder, and you want to play the mid-range game a little bit more. D Glover, yes, we're doing, so these stream deck roasts, you get scheduled ahead of time. You purchase the commissions off of Ko-Fi. They go on sale at the beginning of every month. So this month is already booked up, but they're going to go on sale at the beginning of next month. Oh, hell yeah, Caleb. Quick question if you want to answer it. I try to make a Sylvala Explorer returned commander deck, but it's hard for me to find something that's not group hug or just gain life and be boring. Selesnya has a hard time if it talks to who. I don't have any ideas for you off rip, but I will think about it. Zenorum, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Choo choo. Did you and Elk talk about the new red mana dork? Do you think it'll be a new trend for red? Zenorum, thank you so much for that contribution to the dog pile. Welcome to number 2 on the ladder for this month. I don't think we talked about it. But thank you so much. And Wouter, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. Yeah, as All Might said on YouTube, the average bracket 4 table looks at this deck, and as soon as you play one problematic equipment, they all just point at each other and goes, okay, one of us can deal with this, right? And inevitably, one of them will be able to, and they just knock you out because your win is typically very telegraphed. J Pro, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. So Mevo, right now, I'm also putting you under tuned wrongly. We don't even have to change wrongly. I think you tuned it to the best of what your sweet, sweet baby brain understood Voltron to be. And this is a soapbox I've been wanting to talk about for a long time. And so I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to do it with a tuned Voltron deck. But Voltron is by and large just not capable of going fast enough unless people don't bring interaction, or you have a Voltron commander that is getting passed around like Slicer or Alexios and is getting to deal damage way more often than they otherwise should be able to. And so you got to slow it up. You got to focus on your value grind. You got to focus on your Mario shit. You got to beat coins out of people. And then I think you'll have a much better time. Alec, man, I've thought about making a video on it. The simple answer is I get tired and eepy, and it's difficult to do the content I already do. And right now, like the reason stream was late today, if I'm not doing content time, I'm trying to be much more focused on working out. We've had that very recent drama with that local teenager. So I've been trying to focus on working out, cooking more, cleaning more around the house, eating more natural foods. And so, Mauled, I play against this deck. This man is a little bean 1,000%. Okay, the glove. Listen, that only informs me more because I know that you are too smart to fall for that shit. I know the motherfucker who played that Temur list that I saw is not falling for Basim being a tiny, tiny 2/2 bean. So I'm just going to tell you flat out, Mevo, the plan is not working. We have to change plans. If you have to play against the glove, you are not going to trick him. You are not going to trick the motherfucker. You gotta draw some cards, big dog. You gotta put the WAP sword in, and you gotta draw some fucking cards. But that is my official recommendation. There's probably more changes you need to make than just the cards we pointed out to you. But I would say if the upside of the equipment is just damage, cut that. If the upside of the equipment is protection, semi-reasonable, The sweet spot is a little bit of protection, a little bit of value. If you were to suggest one play booster box to a completely new player, do you have one you'd suggest? I frankly wouldn't suggest a play booster box unless it was for a very specific purpose. If you want it for the dopamine of opening packs, Tarkir's actually really sick. I think Tarkir's up there. Foundations is up there. If you want it to try to like begin building a starter deck from, I wouldn't do that. But if you were going to do it anyway, I would do like Bloomburrow, Commander Legends Baldur's Gate. Personal question, Maul, I was inspired by you saying stacks for Voltron. Now I want to build Esper Voltron. What stacks recommendations immediately come to mind for you? Depends on the bracket you're building for. What immediately comes to mind is opponents get one spell a turn, opponents get one card a turn, stopping free spells from being cast, preventing people from searching their libraries, or controlling them while they do. Like stopping anybody else who's going to try to win anywhere but the board state while you build up a Voltron board that can block really well. So I would try to focus the stacks on like who's winning on the stack or who is winning off of cast triggers. Stop that shit now. But I have not built a stacks deck like that yet, so it needs a lot of firming up. All right, we got to hit short ad break before we get into the next deck roast, which is going to be Soapy Boy. I'll see you all in just a moment. Yeah, Notion Thief. Thank you, Forgetful Paladin. Yeah, Opposition Agent is like you're moving into the upper echelons of doing this stack stuff. Like you can get really hateful when you do Esper stacks. And Opposition Agent is up there. You Op Agent a fetch land, they're never forgiving you. Oh, also like Douthie Voidwalker. Not a very firm stacks piece, but is a good like secondary Voltron target. Tells the graveyard player to go fuck themselves. Like really every piece of stacks you play, if you're doing a Voltron deck, should go, we are deciding this game with combat damage, you fucking pussies. If you can replace the text box of the stack of the prospective stacks piece with a sentence that says, you are not allowed to win the game through X, put up some combat damage, you dumb shitlord, then it is a good stacks piece for you. Do you think you could beat a monkey with a grenade in a fight? Do I have a grenade or does the monkey? D-Man answered yes. So if I have a grenade and a monkey has the grenade, I feel like the core question for that is what breed of monkey? Because most monkeys just kill a person. Like the reason we're the predominant predator is notably other creatures haven't invented grenades yet. If that motherfucker gets the same shit humans get, we're downright cooked. Yeah, how does the monkey have prep time? And has the monkey ever been seen in the same room as Batman? I need to know these things. I mean, I don't even think, I'm not worried about the monkey throwing the grenade back. I think against like most versions of monkey, they just get too close to me for the grenade to be anything but a Pyrrhic victory. Like if it's the most monkeys just rush me and it becomes a murder suicide if I use the grenade. It's not even like, oh, they're gonna catch it and throw it back fucking GTA style. They're just gonna ook ook and they're gonna be in front of me and then the grenade doesn't matter. I am very concerned with the monkey throwing it back. Brav, I'm gonna free you from that concern. There is no threat. You are under no, if you get into a grenade fight with a monkey, you are under no threat of the monkey throwing that grenade back at you. You are under instant threat of the monkey killing you with its hands before you can throw the grenade at it. You could get lucky and shove it in its mouth and maybe you only lose fingies. I mean, depends on the grenade. Like if it is a grenade, if it is a powerful incendiary device or a powerful explosive device, and I'm able to shove my hand into this monkey's mouth, which notably, hey, I don't know if you've ever tried to shove your hand into a wild animal's mouth when it was mad at you. Don't try. But if you have, you'll understand that's a difficult ask. And even if you did, I don't think monkey throat is as good as Kevlar when it comes to grenade protection. Like, I think if I'm down here and I'm fighting, I go, ah! And then the grenade goes off right next to me. I do not think monkey throat is sufficient to let me live through that thing. My favorite hobby is sticking my hand in dogs' mouths until they get mad at me. So yeah, I think in most cases, honestly, I think you die like 100% of the time, straight up. Obviously I'm not a known grenade handler, and so if the monkey has a grenade that it's holding and it knows that it is in a fight with me, I think the most likely outcome is the monkey attempts to beat me to death with the grenade like it's a rock, and he inadvertently explodes the grenade through percussive force. And then we both die. Like, I don't think the monkey kills me and walks off triumphantly, but I think the monkey kills us both before I can put any of my plans into action. Yeah, we just get grenade punched from a monkey. Uso art, we're always talking about magic. This is clearly an analogy for a Kogla Titan Ape Voltron deck. It would probably have to be Kogla and Yadaro to really explode like we want it to. But of course we're talking about magic. Why would you even think we weren't? Spanish Man Love, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. Yeah, we're talking about the Kogla World Slayer deck, of course, of course. All right, next up, Sudsball. This is silly, spooky. The goal of this deck is to remove as many of the lands it has in the deck as possible, then put Goblin Charbelcher into play and shoot each of your opponents for lethal damage. We only run a few lands in the deck and instead rely on MDFCs because Belcher is an innately slow win con. We use our commander's recursion ability to recur control pieces and card advantage tools to ensure we can try to grind the game out to turn 7 to 8 to start firing the cannon. It's Tameshi and his very slow-loading sniper rifle. I am going to instantly disqualify the spooky half of that power designation, but I do think, or the silly half, but I do think spooky works, and we actually got the fucking monkey grenade deck. Okay, so whenever you bounce something, draw a card. Or we can bounce a land to recur something. Okay, so we're probably doing like some self-mill. Get these lands away from me. So we're trying to get... So we are actually trying to pull them out of our deck. We have only 27. How many are... These lands are very cool. So do we have 11 normal lands in the deck? A Blight Upon Me. 6 plains, 3 islands, an Inventor's Fair, and an Urza's Saga. Perfectly balanced, as all Azorius decks should be. We got a lot of interaction. Okay, we have some Belcher recursion. Belcher Locator. And then we have the Win Con. Reveal cards from top till we reveal a land card. Deal damage equal to the number of non-land cards revealed this way to creature or player. If the revealed land card was a mountain, Goblin Charbelcher deals double that damage instead. Put the revealed cards on the bottom of your library in any order. Okay. So we are going for... I have 11 lands in deck. After I get a couple of them out... After I get a couple of them out, I can presumably kill somebody. My... Now I feel like you're gonna say, because it feels too mean, and I'm gonna get mad at you when you say that, why in God's name do we not have an untapper? Little Country, if you whiff and don't hit a land, you deal fucking a million. You deal however many cards were in your deck. So if they pull every land out of the deck, and then they turn over like 60 cards, you deal 60. And then your deck goes back into place. Suiko Baj, thank you for the 2nd month in a row at tier with a Prime sub, my friend. I appreciate those Jeffrey dollars. What is this deck's plan against life decks? Keep shooting. I didn't put any untappers in because those IMO just exist for the combo. We are going to... okay, so Mango, when this deck makes it onto the VOD, I want you to zoom in slow. I want you to have the comment of, I didn't want to put those in because they're just for the combo. And then I'd like us to first make kind of like a... like a mural. I hate lands so much, I built a deck around not having them. Temeshian is very slow sniper rifle. If we can put little stars around the 1 in the win con, if we can know my Belcher, Belcher Locator, and I think that should about do it. Oh, sorry. And then also, that's right, it's a Goblin Charbelcher deck. Oh my god, bro is trying to play Modern with us. Like, I don't think it's bad. I think it's a, I do think Goblin Charbelcher, Collage, thank you. I do think Goblin Charbelcher is a very funny way to kill people. Untappers don't contribute to the board state. The tutors can grab utility artifacts to secure Belcher. I think that is true, but I just question the wisdom of this being effectively a Voltron deck. Like, obviously in a 1v1, we don't care about needing to fire more than once. But I think this kind of looks like the Basim deck we just looked at, where you get to a situation of I shoot you, and now I wait. And now I hope you do nothing to me. Alright, let's see how realistic this is. We have 2 land. We have 3 in our hand. This is perfect. We only have 8 more to get rid of. I will Urza's Saga. I will... Well, I would have... Oh no, Grafdigger's Cage came up this turn. I will play this card draw spell. I will play this. Do I have like Soul Ring in here? I do. I'm gonna get Soul Ring just for fucking ramp. Who cares? I play this and this. Well, Epic, we're gonna pretend I do have blue. So there. We can... So we have counter spell, we have change target of a spell, we have tutor for something. So now we can pay 0 and a white to bounce this land to get Urza's back. Replay Urza's. We have 3 colorless mana to use. So we'll use 1 for Grafdiggers and we'll use 1 for Wayfarer's Bauble, and we'll get another probably another Plains out so we can multi-activate Tameshi if we need to. Yeah, that seems correct. And then we play this as land for turn. The Saga is in what the fuck are we talking about? Alright, and then... So we have... Not fully half, no. We have 4 of the 11 lands in our deck out. Oswald doesn't get any more out, but we can play Tezzeret. And we can downtick Tezzeret. We can just fucking kill Tezzeret instantly for Charbelcher, which I'm going to do because I'm a simple man. And now we can... For 2 and bouncing this, we can return Wayfarer's Bauble, play this, play Wayfarer's Bauble. Give me this other fuck-ass land. Oh, we can do that to get it out, so I get a Plains. Tap the Plains and this, and bounce this to get this again, and then replay Wayfarer's Bauble again. So now we have 5 lands out of the deck. We have 6 remaining. Oh, Tezzeret puts into play too, Jesus. Okay. So this is the type of situation where I think... Now, and I realize the irony of Tezzeret being an untapper. This is the type of situation where I feel like combo's ready and not having an untapper seems crazy here. Especially when we have such like a high density of tutors. Because when we talk about like, oh, doesn't help the board... My brother in Christ, your board state is you twiddling your thumbs and laughing to yourself. Like the having untappers in here over potentially something else. Like a dinosaur deck has murdered us 3 times over, which is sort of normal. We could do Displacer Kitten, but I don't know if like Displacer Kitten really does anything else for us. Oh, holy shit, and we draw a card. Yeah, I mean, okay. So we also missed a shitload of card draw. So this is for sure not silly. Like, this is spooky, ironed-in combo. if you're finding that you don't, that's okay. But this is like very first goldfish we did with a bunch of missed card draw. And we do have double Belcher mana. So how many do we hit? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Damn, sorry, deck sucks. My bad, actually. Get the fuck out of here. Sorry, I thought you were a monkey with a grenade. This is just a fucking firecracker. 23 damage? Pitiful. Absolute fucking embarrassment. Alright, so if we go to our next thing. We can play our island and then do nothing. We can play our island, play Moon Silver. We can crack this for Soul Ring. Does this go to hand or to field? Hand. Game hates us. We'll pay 3 to get this out, get Soul Ring out, get this guy out. So now we want to start the bounce train. Oh, we don't have fucking white though. So this enters tapped. That's a me fuck up. That's just me being very, very greedy and hoping we were gonna get... Oh, but we do have Mana Severance. So me when I sever... Well, first, I think we reshape... Oh, we can't reshape for 3. Good lord. Okay, so if we sequence this appropriately and we read what Mana Severance does at the beginning of the game, we could conceivably get to turn 4 in this situation. Tutor for Charbelcher. Does this go to field? Yeah. We sack Soul Ring, Tutor for Charbelcher. Next turn, play this, hit Charbelcher. Oh no, my deck's bad. And then the turn after, we have the mana to Mana Severance and Explode. That's undeniably funny. That is undeniably quite funny. I understand presenting this to people as silly in terms of like it will make you giggle. This is the least silly deck potentially on planet Earth. It was built by monkeys, but it was built by the Planet of the Apes monkeys after they had figured out nuclear warfare. Because some of these, like those Wayfarer Baubles loops, are truly fucked up. Everybody who's ever said a bad word about Wayfarer's Bauble is going to have to personally apologize to you. You're also going to give too many people ideas about how few lands they can get away with. But that's fine. There's no way this is... Oh, actually, fuck. No, you can sack it to draw a card and you can loop it with Tameshi if you have nothing else to do. Fuck it. Fuck! Mauled ignoring the endless horizons? What is that? Where's that card? Oh, yeah, where's... Well, hold on. How many planes do we have? We have 6. If most of our basic lands are plains, I feel like this is We have land tax, Goten. We haven't taken a moment to talk about it. Oh yeah, we could swap our... No, because our other loops pull out basics, which is why we're not doing a bunch of typed lands, because a lot of our main repeatable loops, like Wayfarer's Bauble, this doesn't loop, but Moonsilver Key, and land tax, we have to be pulling basics out, so swapping them for duals is actually, like, not as good for us, because it reduces the number of ways we can get to, like, 1 or 2. We could do fetches. I think that runs the same risk of tutoring out the fetches. Like, suddenly half our stuff doesn't work on them. Bye, Will. Thank you for coming by the stream. Thawing Glaciers isn't the worst, but I don't even know that this deck, like, I don't know that this deck has to change too much. I think we just have to appreciate how fucking stupid this is. Like, this is the heart of incredibly corny cartoon sniper rifle being loaded up. Yeah, Urza's Saga, re-Urza's Sagaing over and over is for sure a fucked up and evil thing to do. They do have a Muddle the Mixture to get Mana Severance, which is why, like, I think this is even top end of spooky. It doesn't, I don't think it passes into scary because it takes so many turns to do what it's trying to do. And it's very interactable, but it's definitely high spooky because, like, if 5 or 6 turns go by and you don't have artifact removal, you're pretty fucking done. Arcane Denial's not a bad card. I don't care. I don't care what the analysts and the pundits say. Even if it lets your opponent draw 2 cards, Arcane Denial is a good fucking card. Counterspell that replaces itself is pretty universally a good card, even if it allows them to draw 2. It's simply not bad, and anybody who thinks it's bad is overly, like, theory crafting and statistics pilled. It is at worst fine. It is at worst fine. At its best, it is a very easy to cast, low mana counterspell. Take it up with Khan, dude. Khan is a fucking statistics pilled dweeb. He's awesome, and that's what he is. It's Trinket Mage. I think the, like the Trinket Mage, Snail, Elk contingent are much, much more focused on very, like, high power, cutting edge, everything has to be hyper efficient. Yeah, like, it's, maybe this is the best way to put it. It is mathematically not good. It is empirically fucking awesome. Statistically, Commander players have bad cards in their deck, ergo, them drawing 2 doesn't matter. You fucking get it. But yeah, it is mathematically bad and empirically fucking heat. That's how it goes. Exotic, we are almost certainly not going to be able to redeem that rant today because we got to keep it moving for the deck roasting. But Suds, unfortunately, I think your Azorius no lands combo deck fucking cooks. I can't think of a table in my life where I could justify playing it myself. I think this undeniably hits. I think anybody who hates this either hates puppies, hates long walks in the park, or like, I don't know, like I just think they don't feel joy anymore. As much as I want to hate, it is, and this is where we get into the intangibles of Commander, because the other hard realities about this deck is it's like, it is Azorius control. It is trying to do a very self-involved, slow combo that will win the game almost immediately after it comes out. Those are all the checkboxes of shit that I hate. It's dope. It's dope. Mathematically, you're a piece of shit. Empirically, you fucking rock, dude. Empirically, yeah, it should be stage hazard behavior, but it's a fucking funny stage hazard. It's like, it's one of the 3 stage hazards everybody laughs at. This is a Smash Bros stage hazard, but it's one of the cool Pokemon that hit people with a laser beam. Yeah, and I do trust Sudsball to be generally upfront about it. I think the way you make this deck feel bad is if you mislead people about what it's doing. If you're just like, ooh, I'm just doing, it's a Tameshi bounce deck, and then you hit them with the combo, that would feel terrible. But the way Sudsball talks about it, the way it seems to playtest, like, God damn it. I'm even gonna give this, I think we split you diagonally over Mechanic and Soap Opera. Or I guess vertically. Because this is tuned as fuck. And like, it is a mechanic that almost certainly qualifies as a soap opera off of this title alone. But it is very much around the mechanic of, I would like to play with Goblin Charbelcher and Commander, pretty please and thank you. Which is fucking awesome. Yeah, we're bisecting you between soap opera and mechanic, but you are tuned correctly. Yeah, anybody who knows Moxfield syntax for primers is a demon. I'm convinced of. Yeah, it does. I think another thing that is helping it is, as Goten has pointed out, this is the most accessible type of counterplay in the world. Like, artifact removal is some of the most common removal we have in the game. And this deck has to, like, it is not, I'm going to do this once and now the game's going to be over. This deck has to, like, display its value loop multiple times. Over and again, it has to, like, do the thing that's going to enable it to win the game later. So it is pretty telegraphed, pretty easy to interact with, kind of, and it's funny as fuck. Can we get some claps in chat? Just type the word clap, please. Please, if you're willing. Please type the word clap for Suds in chat. Hell yes. Good job, Suds. You have shown us one of the first successful masturbation combo decks that I've actually enjoyed, and the guild does authorize you to charbust. Thank you for your submission. And I hope you have a terrible fucking day. Isn't there a card where you can search in your deck and exile X amount of cards? We have Mana Severance. I don't think there's just... We could foresight, but foresight's only 3. Parallel Thoughts is like a little expensive and a little slow, but it's not totally untoward if and I'm gonna trust Suds to come up with a slot for this if they want it, but getting 7 out and then being like, oh, I can just choose to hit land drop for turn if I want to. Selective memory's non-land, yeah, so that's not gonna work for what we're doing. Yeah, Choo-Choo, but we don't have... Like, they decided against Endless Horizons anyway. I do think Parallel Thoughts is good. Dog. Lotus... Okay. My beloved. I thought this was your beloved. So regardless, great job. I would consider Parallel Thoughts. I think being able to selectively go like, okay, 2/3 of the lands in my deck are gone and I can choose to draw them if I need more mana for anything. Oh, right. I keep forgetting Tameshi goes to field because I always underestimate how bullshit artifact decks are. I was like, but you have to resuspend it. No, you don't. You just fucking... You just float 3 every time. Fuck me. Yeah, this is... Yeah, you're a fucked up evil hater. Yeah, you just get to have it. So yeah, if there's anything that has been underperforming for you, I would consider swapping it for Parallel Thoughts to have a more dedicated, like, okay, it's turn 5, I haven't gotten any of my loops set up yet, and I just want a like big way to guarantee a Charbelcher turn. This would be good for it, but I do not think it's like a extremely obvious, oh, you have to get rid of this to have this instead. All right, we're going to hit our next manual ad break, and then Salty Atlas, it's going to be your time after that, and White Bread, it's going to be your turn after that. Do we have Salty, and do we have White Bread? True, yes, as MLP is saying, cut Charbelcher for Parallel Thoughts. All right, we're going to go to the beer. I said very specifically, I know I'm muted, but for any cool folks who can read my lips, how about this shirt? So everyone talking about how I'm muted, you failed. You've fallen from grace. I was doing a bit very specifically about how I don't have an audio source set up on that BRB screen because I never intended it to have a camera on. I read your lips but had no thoughts about the shirt. Thank you, MLP. I'm glad you were with it. Mine Goblin from Garglanon. What time zone did the deck roast go live? The time zone I'm always referring to is PST, so Pacific Time. Okay, I muted the mic, then unplugged it and plugged it back in. The muting was that so I didn't blow everybody's fucking ears out. Okay, so as long as the static's gone now, and we have not blown up explosion style. Also, GAC Freak and A Sharon, thank you for the Twitch follow, as well as Total Noob, thank you as well. Welcome to the dog home, my friends. What's up, GAC? How you doing? Okay, next. It's Salty Atlas's deck. It's silly, comma spooky. In one word, it's necromancy. The goal of the deck is to be the problem. Swing wide or count on the death triggers to build up to the point of having a ridiculous amount of goons in play. A couple combos in here that can sack loop for maximizing gains. Try to keep a reasonable mana base using low-end costs and a couple bigger bombs in the upper end. Deck ended up being majority black. Plays well, feels inconsistent, would love help improving. So we have Sequoir, the Death Keeper. 5 mana Jund 4/3. Whenever another non-token creature dies, make a 3/1 black and red Graveborn with haste. Alright. Silly Spooky, killing us only makes more. So it's bracket 3. Let me see first what your game changers are. None. Because we have tutors. I love Moxfield, bro. I love Moxfield. Yes, storming this. I'm trying to now group roasts by the bracket they labeled. So today was all people who said they were spooky. Okay. Sauce God, thank you for coming by. Death makes us stronger. So a sack outlet, and we get a +1/+1 counter on whatever Tarian's equipped to. Gooning for card draw. So sack draw, morbid. All right, we're falling into the trap a little bit. Less of a trap because we're most likely to have things die, but okay. Greed is good. I'll accept it. I'll accept it. Is bro looking for the okay, all right, I'll let you. Okay, we create so many tokens. Hissing's back because it saw the Peregrine took in here. So give me one moment. Now, Shadow Walker, I realize you're talking about making the Graveborn. If I trigger my commander 3 times, I get to draw 1 card. I'm not efficiency pilled, right? I'm not a metrics maxer. For every 3 commander triggers, I draw 1 is a level of inefficiency so profound, I would only expect to see it in an American-made car. Which again, we'll look if we have a lot of other token makers, that's fine. Okay, so we have sack for draw. Goons for mana. This is honestly very little for a 5-mana commander. This part troubles me because it seems like real life doesn't begin until Sequar's in play. Graveyard power-ups, that's reasonable. No Soul Ring. Okay, so we have more ramp that's just tagged differently. Put them in the grave. 7 pieces of removal. Meat Grinder. Yawgmoth is quite good. We have a number of the like usual black suspects for Mango? Snip, snip. We have a number of the usual cards people bring out for the Meat Grinder. What is a 1/1 doing here? What in the holy fuck is a... I mean, I guess we can... Alright, so for 1 mana we can trade this guy. So it's like Tortured Existence with upside. Ozox can't block. When he dies, make a legendary 2/1 skeleton with this creature can't block. And when this creature leaves the battlefield, return target card. Okay, so he goes from graveyard... Oh no, when he dies... When he dies, he comes back to our hand and we get a skeleton to replace him. Then these guys come back. Then we have Scourge of Neltoth, so we can sacrifice stuff to play this out. A guy we can cast from exile, some low down. Okay. And then a little bit of reanimation. Reuse. Whenever a non-token you control dies, make a token. Whenever a non-token you control dies, put a slime counter, then put Growing Oozes into play. Make a token for non-tokens, make a token for non-tokens, make a token for non-tokens. Yeah, I think the finisher is intended to be preponderance of tokens, which I disagree with based on how slow the tokens are. Also, Mfons007, thank you very much for the Prime sub, my friend. Welcome to the dog home. Yeah, so we have ways to convert a lot of non-token deaths into good token creation. I don't think, have a good way to convert that into winning the game. Let's see how it plays right now. Unless we get Grave Pact. If we get Grave Pact, I firmly believe we can do whatever we want. So that's our free mulligan. We have no green, so we're going to go down to 6. We have green, so we will accept this. We basic land, we get a mountain. We get a mountain. And we get that up. Turn 4, we play Sequar. Turn 5. We play this guy. We sack this guy for a card, and we have a Graveborn, everybody. That's right, Tremble in Fear from this turn 5 3/1. You dumb motherfuckers. You stupid shitheads. Watch out. Why not get Stomping Ground or Zayator's Proving Ground? Oh, true. Probably because I tap this for black. And then I play Skeleton Crew. I tap these 4 lands specifically for Skeleton Crew. And then I'll play this, bouncing this to hand. Fucking... Okay, so when creature cards leave our graveyard, we'll get a token. So we can bring this guy back. We can sack this guy. Get a card, get a Graveborn, and we also would have gotten a 2/2 out of this thing leaving the grave. We play this guy. And now this guy comes back. That gets us a Skeleton Pirate. We sack this guy to draw a card. We sack this guy to draw a card. We pay black to put him back into play. I think we did our land drop for turn. We tap green to play this guy. And we would have gotten 2 more Graveborns. So it's starting to happen. It's starting to happen a little bit. But I think, 1, we're a little bit distracted, and 2, we are really, really mana hungry for how little we're ramping. We are like almost totally dry on free ways to sacrifice our creature, or even like tremendously low cost ways to sacrifice our creatures. We're also really, really low on ways to make the Graveborn matter. We don't have any of the typical aristocrat life drain things. We don't have any like ETB damage dealers. So this is just, I'm gonna make a pile of dudes and they're gonna look at you. And I'm not going to instantly advocate for Craterhoof, but a really important thing to consider if your deck doesn't want to have a like I win button and you just want a preponderance of damage, toughness matters a lot for you. Being able to feel confident about swinging your creatures earlier in the game matters a ton. I would be incredibly timid. I would be high school prom levels of nervous about swinging 3/1s around on turn 8. Those are preposterously bad attacks. Like, you might get a little bit of damage in, you are definitely losing all of these shitheads. And I think Skeleton Crew seems like a prime example of a card. Same for Totentance. This seems like a prime example of a card that was like, oh, but what if I like double dipped on the value of my core loop instead of just making your core loop more reliable or making the product of your core loop more powerful? Do not do Gravecaller Soul Trader. This is not a deck that deserves or wants 2 to 3 card infinites to just end the game. What we want is, I think we want all of the things that fall. All of these double dippers should be ramp. They should be other ways to get the things we sacrifice back to hand or back to field, or they should be ways to make our Graveborn matter more. Because like, make a 1/1 that's not going to keep Death Touch whenever this guy goes away. That does crazy fucking little for us versus like The world I want you to live in is Oversold Cemetery and Sakura Tribe Elder. That is the world you want to live in. Shadow Walker, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. Elemental Bond and Evolutionary Leap. We will get to those in just a minute. I want to cover the core conceit of the problem I have with this deck. But right now we're spending so much time worrying about how to extract additional value from our sacrifices that we're not worrying enough about, like, can I sacrifice every turn? And can I then turn the 3... Like, we don't need to make more different tokens. We need to make tokens that matter. The 3/1s can matter. The 3/1s are like 1 or 2 banner effects away from being important. Alec, it's with respect to all the suggestions. So what do we have in the grinder? So we have Viscera Seer, but as Alec Man pointed out, we're missing Woe Strider, which is another free sack outlet. Warren Soul Trader is a good one. Yawgmoth is a good one. Infernal Tribute is okay. Yeah, we're also missing Yahenni. This is a great one because Yahenni can protect herself, and she will, like, this is the way you extract extra value from your sacrifices. We don't want a board full of shitheads who don't matter. We need a couple shitheads who matter a lot. I also think you want more things like Ruthless Technomancer and Disciple of Bolas. Rather than just these, like, because the reassembling skeleton loop, even though it may create dopamine for you, the outcome of that loop is I spend my entire turn to make a 3/1. Which even in the realm of silly is, like, very overbearingly slow. After watching the deck, I think Peregrine Took is everything that is wrong with the deck. I think focusing on all of this tangential token generation and then trying to use that to fuel Peregrine Took, make food, use food, draw card. These 9 cards right here, this is your lineup of shit that is making the deck feel bad. Din of the Fire Herd. This does work as a finisher, but I do not think this deck can't keep up with this as a finisher yet. Exotic Show, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. Welcome to the dog pile. I'll always shout out Homura Human Ascendant for an anthem. Oh yeah, I have this guy in my Hensi list. This guy fucks. So this is a 4/4. And if you sack him, now all of your 3/1s are 5/3s that fly. That's fucking tremendous for you. That's everything you want in a neat little 6-mana package. Which brings us to the other issue of, I think we want to invest in we either need to be looping our ramp with things like Sakura Tribe Elder, or we have to be investing in more expensive ramp. Like, Shambling Ghast is very cute, but basically fucking everything good we want to do, even though the curve looks reasonable, the curve only looks reasonable because we have a bunch of low-cost things that we then have to keep paying mana into. Like, this curve it's like a shitty Honda Civic that it only costs you $1,000 to buy it, but it requires $400 of mechanic work every 3 months. Like long term, it just ends up not working because it ends up being really expensive for you. Another absolute shithead broken card for you to play in this deck that won't be combo food is White of the Reliquary. Thank you for that shout out, Tarngerin. This also does work in my Henzi list. You can turn your creatures into ramp. You can use this as another manaless sack outlet, which is very reasonable for you. This is going to be a vigilant, relatively large creature, which is also very important for you. It's very difficult to justify not running Marin. Now I realize she is like, Graveyard Queen, every graveyard deck runs her, boring. If we can find a theme that excludes Marin meaningfully, I'm down with that. Otherwise, like, it's typically not satisfying to play bad Magic on purpose. And Marin is doing pretty much 100% what we want, especially if we begin leaning into these more easily repeatable sack outlets. Elemental Bond is also going to be good. This is getting to Shadow Walker's suggestions. Elemental Bond, now all of your Sequoir sacrifices draw you a card. Also great is going to be Evolutionary Leap, which you can either, if you're out of creatures, you can turn your 3/1s into non-tokens to sacrifice, or you can just use it as a sack outlet for things that you want to get rid of. Hold on. There is a Henzi Precon card. I think it's like Seed Guide Ash. Let's see this motherfucker. Let's see some guys who do some shit when they die. I think Insidious Roots is bad in this deck. I think that, or let me put it a different way. Insidious Roots is not necessarily bad in this deck. I think this deck is going to be best served by leaning very heavily on either sacrifice or the creatures leaving the graveyard. I think it's going to be a mistake to try to build out these secondary synergies that try to extract additional value down the road by then putting in okay, well then after I recur it, like this is another prime example of second order synergy. This is where it's like, okay, we put Marin in here because it's going to recur the things we're sacking. And then we're going to put Insidious Roots in here because it's going to benefit from Marin recurring the things that we're sacking. And that's like too many steps down the line. Oh, no, not veteran. Each player. Ugh! We're Jund. We don't give other people things. What the fuck are you talking? Who said that? Oh, you're in YouTube chat. I can't ban you as casually as I do in fucking Twitch chat. Get out of here. No. These people don't deserve lands. We deserve lands. I would not recommend Purphoros. I always find it the lamest thing ever when a deck and color combination that should be about combat win with ETB effects. I think it blows. I think it blows and I hate it. Even though sometimes Warstorm Surge is reasonable, sometimes Purphoros is reasonable, sometimes Terror of the Peaks is reasonable. I hate that shit. I hate that shit. If you're playing things that are meant to create a board state, how would you fucking swing with that board state? What do you mean? Okay. Sorry, not sorry. Craterhoof Behemoth. Downright fucking reasonable of you. I think Homura Human Ascendant is the more on-theme version of this effect. Thank you, Wilmer, for trying to out-contrarian me. Enjoy your ban. Homura is the much more on-theme version of this effect. But anything that is going to get your board to a state of my 3/1s can swing and I'm not going to feel bad about it is very much what you want. Wilmer was talking about ETB's bad recommending Craterhoof when I was very specifically focusing on I want you to swing with your board, which is what Craterhoof's ETB does, versus something like Terror of the Peaks, where you get the ETB and then you don't swing. Mosswood Dread Knight, good for this deck. Ooh! Oh, this is heat, Spanish. Oh, Spanish, thank you. So yeah, I like this guy a lot as fodder for what we're sacrificing. This is even like... Listen, it's not the best. It is not the best. But if you kill this guy to Disciple of Bolas, like 4 mana, draw 3 is not the worst thing ever. And like those are the types of loops we want to do. We want meaningful sacrifice value. So like reuse, fuck this whole section. Except maybe Harvester of Souls. Fuck this entire section. I don't like Death Reap Ritual. Fuck it, keep it. Who cares? We have so many more important things to talk about. I think your ramp should be upshifted to additional 3 and 4 mana ramp. Like, we have to spend a lot of money to do a lot of our good shit, and so Sky Shroud Claim, Open the Way, these things where you're like, okay, on turn 3 to 5, I'm going to tap out to ramp, but then I'm going to have like a solid amount of mana for the rest of the game if I hit any land drops. Versus like your mana ramp package right now is trying very hard to resolve Sequoia once as fast as possible, and then you kind of run out. Neverwinter Dryad. Yeah, very usable. Very usable. Very usable. We can play this. I don't think we need to. Because these don't sacrifice. If Myriad tokens sacrificed, I would be all up on it. Yeah, we can run this guy too. I think particularly in decks that are like Oversold Cemetery, if we include Oversold Cemetery, if we include Marin, these become even better. We already suggested Steve D. Glover, but yes, exactly, that's the type of shit we're trying to be on. Honestly, fuck yes to Gitrog, but for Gitrog, we are saddling it with a 3/1, and then we are we're just using the 3/1 to crew Gitrog, and then fuck it, draw 3, put 3 lands into play. Myriad triggers creatures leaving the battlefield triggers, but we don't have a lot of leave the battlefield triggers. We have a lot of death triggers, which Myriad doesn't trigger. Sacrificing does count as dying. Sacrificing counts as dying. Myriad doesn't count because it is exiling the tokens. Ah, Ronos with an H. So I don't like Ronos. True, Mind Goblin. And then after that, the Fairy Queen will suck my dick and give me a check for $1 million. That is a very possible play pattern. So the reason I don't like this is we have to get the toughness of these motherfuckers up. We have to. The 3/1s are just bad to swing because they die to everything. Everything, like these guys die to chump blockers. Thank you, Vaxrung, for understanding the assignment. Come meet better Craterhoof for this deck. Beastmaster Ascension. AKA the greatest shit ever. Because you know what you can do with Beastmaster Ascension? You can swing Sakura Tribe Elder to stack this worthless fucking enchantment and then just sacrifice him. And then, when you get to the late game, and this has like 4 counters on it, you swing 4 3/1s, and then becoming fucking a 5/5. Oh, I'm sorry, Nathan. There's a lot of times where I will ignore a number of the suggestions until I'm in the suggesting phase. I think Tribute to the World Tree is downright reasonable. It's going to turn a lot of our shitty 1-mana creatures into better blockers, or it will turn all of our commander sacks into card draw. So I think that's how you change it. I think you take all of this stuff that is trying to eke extra value out of your sacrifices, or like eke extra tokens out of your sacrifices, and chuck that shit directly into the trash. I think you take the ramp and you move some of it up. Yeah, fuck Blood Pet, dude. And we get more like 3 or 4 mana ramp, or we get more things like Steve, those other 2 self-sack for ramp creatures, the Seed Guide Ash. And then for our inevitability, you want things like Beastmaster Ascension. You could do Shared Animosity, but it doesn't solve the toughness problem. I like Craterhoof. Homura Human Ascendant is going to be fucking crazy. Honestly, straight up playable. 5/3s are a world apart from 3/1s in terms of how willing you become to swing these and how threatening these become, because this effect will never go away. If you ever get Ashenmoor Liege into play when you also have Homura, that's it. That's it right there. Insidious Fungus is also great. Can ramp, can interact. So that is how I would change it around. Right now I'm going to say this is very, very greedy. It's not totally unworkable. But right now this is like, this deck is trying to dopamine max instead of mechanic max. It's trying to, I want to set up Sequar. I want to set it up such that when I do 1 sacrifice, I get 5 shitty benefits. And I think you will have a better time if you do, I'm going to sacrifice 1 thing a turn for a solid thing, or if it's like a tiny thing, it's not going to cost very much mana. First, this is like, I'm mortgaging my home to get 3 pretty bad triggers every time I sacrifice fucking Gravecrawler. We don't have Champion of Lambholt, and I think that would be pretty good as well. this could be another like inevitability thing. But we never want to sack it, which is a problem. Yeah, we're a victory lap deck right now. So we're gonna hit we're gonna hit one more 1 minute ad break and then move on to Whitebread's deck. Okay. Exotic Show, thank you for the personal question. Just checking in. How you doing, boss? I'm doing pretty good. It's, you know, last couple days have been a little bit fucked up, but we're doing pretty good today. I got out to the gym this morning. I got out to the gym this morning, and that was quite fun. I've been more consistent posting Commander Roast the last couple days than before. That's also been dope. Also, Wilmer says, I want to apologize for my comment. As you rightly pointed out, I wasn't adding to the discourse or being clever. I was just being an actually dick. I'm sorry, and I'll try to not repeat such behavior. Wilmer, I really appreciate that apology. And I do want to say, like, I do really incentivize you guys to be a dick to me. Right? Like, that's a huge thing in this stream, is you guys say something legitimately helpful or legitimately accurate, and I'm like, why'd you talk, bitch? And then I ban you and I vine boom you. And honestly, in that case, it like, your statement rhymed with something correct, which is more than I can say for half of the motherfuckers in here. So I really appreciate you reflecting on the behavior, but I want to be clear to you, I'm not actually mad, and if you are a clever dick to me, I am with it. I'm still going to ban you, but you'll get unbanned immediately, and it is all in good fun. So thank you, and please, please, please don't feel too bad. And if you ever see an opportunity to take a shot at me because I say something obviously contradictory, hit me with it every time. Yeah, I got mad yesterday with the person that was talking about with the clean up your Discord bit. The clean up your Discord bit pissed me off very seriously. Salty, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. Welcome to the dog pile, my friend. Thanks for the roast. Appreciate the advice to improve. Is getting a little lost in the sauce after making so many adjustments. That happens a ton. Right? When you adjust the deck by parts, it's really easy to tweak a little bit too hard towards victory laps. You want a clever dick? I'll cock my asshole pistol just for you then. Alright, you're banned forever, Wilmer. Goodbye. Hold on. Hold on. We gotta make a slide for this. We have never allowed a fucking pun in this stream. We have never allowed a fucking pun in this stream since the moment I made a Twitch account. You all know that. You all know what happened in English class. That is bullshit. Okay. Unstoppable Ash does indeed bust toughness. I don't think this will care about. Alec, I'm gonna... I will strike you. I will strike you. MLP, what happened yesterday was somebody, and then Whitebread will jump into your deck roast right after I explain this to MLP. What happened yesterday was somebody jumped into Twitch chat, said, hey, clean up your Discord. It's full of antisocial losers who are harassing people and hitting on them during Commander games. And I instantly crashed out a little bit. This was in the middle of a rant about like accountability for the youth. And I crashed out a little bit because I was like, we have an active moderation team who have banned multiple people for making other Discord users uncomfortable, and we have a channel where I publish the Discord handles of anybody who gets banned and the reason why we ban them. That's only been happening for like a couple days, so we only have like 2 people in there. But if you tell me somebody's harassing me in the Discord, or somebody's like making sexual advances on me in the Discord, yeah, I'm gonna get them with fucking hammers, dude. And this person, and the reason it pissed me off so much is we had something like that happened a few weeks ago where this one guy left the same comment on like 10 plus different YouTube videos of mine saying, your Discord is allowing grooming. You need to remove the children from your Discord to protect them. And I went to the mod team and we started looking into this and trying to track down what the fuck they were talking about. And we found out it was a guy who in a spell table game had heard somebody ask to use pronouns like a normal fucking person, but they wanted to use, I believe it was like they them pronouns. And another person was like, cool. And this person was like, don't engage in their mental illness, that's grooming. And the first person was like, what the fuck? Respecting somebody's gender identity isn't grooming. And then this guy, the one who was leaving the comments saying I was enabling grooming, pulled out a fucking swastika playmat that had people hanging from the swastika in nooses. And we had multiple corroborating reports supported, because I asked everybody involved in the situation, and I tried to be pretty delicate about it. And I didn't even, I didn't go to somebody and be like, hey, were you getting groomed? I just tried to ask like, oh, hey, did you play a Commander game like around this time? Did any of this stuff happen? And the person in question was like, oh, no, that never happened. Because the person on YouTube was like making explicit claims about personal information that got traded between the groomer and the groomee. And I was like, hey, did you ever like do any blah, 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 blah? And they were like, oh, no, that never happened. But I did have to report a guy for whipping out a swastika playmat on me after they learned I was Jewish. And I was like, huh, that's crazy. And I started talking to all the other people. Can you guess whose side of the story got supported? So that was also part of why I crashed out, is because the last time that somebody made like an anonymous report about unnamed people causing trouble in my Discord, the unnamed person causing trouble was the anonymous reporter. So I am currently incredibly unsympathetic towards people making anonymous reports about unnamed bad behavior. I am incredibly sympathetic to reaching out to the mod team and name dropping motherfuckers who are being rude to you, who are sexually harassing you, who are doing anything that makes you uncomfortable in my Discord. I am very down to talk about that. I am very down to punish people who are acting badly. But if you just fucking anybody who's rocking up being like, you don't know me, man, but I know your community, and they're a bunch of fucking insert derogatory words. What exactly are you supposed to do with this thing happened, but I won't say who did it reports in the first place? Exactly. Anyway, Whitebread's deck. We got to keep it moving. This is spooky. Hey boss, I promised you last month some secret commander shenanigans, and here they are. One of my favorite cards from the Bloomburrow set was our favorite good boy Rotten Mouth Viper. Free my guy, those kids deserved what they got. And I was so sad that it was one of the only primal elementals that didn't get the legendary treatment despite having such a cool build around text box. Presumably because that build around gets you put in jail. Oh, god damn you. The goal of this deck is to whip out my snake and lay it on the table. Use my commander and other proliferate or retrigger effects to make it too big for the rest of the table to handle, quickly wiping out resources and life totals due to how effective the trigger is. It's worked pretty effectively and fast enough for my taste so far. I'm really only looking for suggestions along the lines of, oh, this would help your snake. This would help get your snake up faster, more efficiently than this other thing. Okay. God, I hate you for issuing this, but okay. We will work with this. The boot resident. Also, there's a snake in my boot. Your deck will be getting parried by this pun. Sorry. Your deck will be getting carried by this pun. FR. Blight speedrun any percent. Yeah, so we get additional ETB triggers. Snake Conservation Act of 2025. All right, real. I can't think of a snake-related card draw pun, but we do have quite good... Well, we do have quite okay card draw. And we have some attack trigger card draw, which is decent for us. Snake Heating Rocks. So this is just our ramp. Relatively normal. 37 lands is a good amount. One snake can only kill so many rabbits. I like that. So the snake's the only creature we care about keeping. We have the boot resident. Now, you have committed hard to the bit of this is a secret commander deck in the context of this deck probably doesn't do a god-damnable thing without Rotten Mouth Viper on the field. Like, this is... I shit on second order synergies a lot, but I believe in the snake and I believe in your boot. For those of you that don't know Rotten Mouth, on ETB and attack, you give it a blight counter. Then for each blight counter, each opponent loses 4 unless they sack a non-land or discard a card. It certainly fucking doesn't, and I'm okay with that. Great. To make sure we get your snake up, it's probably going to be necessary to, like, chain tutor. So, like, you, my friend, are not above an enlightened tutor to go find your Wishclaw talisman, to go find your Rotten Mouth. I think another thing you shouldn't be above, especially if we have some of these reanimation cards, we don't want to be above entombing a motherfucker and just being like, either he's getting into our hand or he's getting into the graveyard, and we probably get something else that gets him out of the graveyard. Because we have committed to the bit, which I love. That's what I always recommend. If you have a stupid fucking bit, commit to it hard. But we're also missing the, like, the good tutors. So, like, let's rip a quick playtest. We have a Sinkhole ETB tap, but we have Diabolic Tutor. Fuck it, I'm Dark Ritualing for Chromatic Lantern. Think I give a fuck. Exotic Orchard, give me my snake. Command Tower, gimme... Yeah, I think give me Ishin. Ishin probably takes a bullet for the snake, but give me the snake on turn 5. Turn 6. We swing, double trigger, we're up to 3 blight counters, and then hopefully something died. We tap out for Grim Reaper's sprint, swing again, go up to 5 blight counters, which is lose 20, sack 5 things, discard 5 things. Playing red black and being this slow as a crap. The fuck? This is, I mean, for scary, yeah, but this is in a spooky deck. This is turn 6. We have threatened. So we did the 1 trigger, we did a 3 trigger, and we did a 5 trigger. That is 9 fucking blight counters. We have threatened 36 life to every player unless they sack 9 fucking things or discard 9 cards in any combination. Too slow? Yeah. No protection, but like we can't be how about we keep the goalposts in one fucking place? We can't be like, oh well, this deck's not even getting anything done. We've threatened 90% of the table's life total. Oh yeah, well you didn't do it with Swiftfoot Boots out. So I like this. I think, but that playtest in particular really emphasizes, like, if we ever get an opening hand that doesn't have one of these tutors, holy god, are we so fucked. Like, this is a 2-land hand. Okay, we're gonna get saved. But we're skipping a lot of the early turns to get this shit done. We get to surveil 1. Are you up here? No. Doesn't matter. Mastermind's Acquisition. Give me the snake. Give me my fucking snake, bro. So I think we Skyclave, no kicker, and Bronco. Give me the fucking snake, bro. Fuck Tybalt's. Give me a counter. Yeah, I think for the amount of heat this deck deserves to draw, Dark Writ, I don't know if I actually believe in rituals as much as I believe in having really reliable land drops and artifact ramp. Most spooky commander tables have access to creature removal. I think dropping Rottenmouth on turn, what would it be, 3 or 4? Dropping Rottenmouth on turn 3 or 4 does not win you the game, I don't think. I think it does give you some dopamine, but I think if you go like Dark Writ, Pyretic Ritual, Culling the Weak, whatever, and then you get a really early snake, I think what happens is the snake gets removed, and then because you don't have the mana to replay the snake, you land pass for the remainder of this game. So that is also probably more of like a mulligan decision than anything else. But I do think we should at minimum increase the tutor density to include things like Enlighten Tutor or Entombing to Graveyard, and then also having Reanimate rather than... I think Feign Death is okay. Yeah, I mean, these are like fine. I think honestly you can shave a little bit of card draw. Like your deck, you need to get 2 things into your hand, and then you are fucking solid. You want to get the snake, which you get from a tutor, and then you want to get a way to get your snake back after they fucking kill your guy. Which is like, yeah, in the middle of the game, you might need to draw cards to like tutor a reanimation thing out. But I don't think you shave a lot. I'm talking about like 1 or 2. Like Ichor Wellspring, I don't think is good enough. Battle Angels of Tyr, I think is like questionable. No, it probably honks, but I'm just but I think you would rather have the tutor density with which you can mulligan to at least a tutor that will chain to the snake. And then we have more like card draw engines. That's true. Sacking Ichor Wellspring to the snake is pretty good. I don't know if that interaction is good enough that I wouldn't rather have Enlightened Tutor, though. Norn's Choirmaster is pretty fucked up here. But yeah, I think like you're a deck that doesn't... You are a deck that does not care as much about Sign in Blood or Read the Bones as a typical deck. Because if you don't have a keepable first hand, you are not getting to your motherfucking snake mana. Or at least you can replace these with... like this guy, he is just as optimistic. He's not great, but he is just as optimistic as this other shit. But I love Snake in the Boot as a premise. Oh, Netherborn Phalanx. This is a good tutor. Yeah. Like, you'd never cast this thing, but it's just another thing that makes turn one keepable. Yeah, Transmute. Let's get it. Where's the... I think it's like Varigoth is his name. Like, doesn't double trigger with Ishin, but yet another way to make turn one keepable. No, Alec. One sec. Diabolic Intent, Curse of the Stash Skeleton. I don't believe in Diabolic Intent. In the gold fishing we didn't have a lot of like creatures we were willing to get rid of. Case of the Stash Skeleton is kind of cute. The problem I have with Case of the Stash Skeleton is if we already have Rotten Mouth, we can sacrifice the skeleton to it, and then we can use the case to tutor for something else. That's great. If we don't already have Rotten Mouth, we don't have a lot of ways to get rid of our skeleton, and people will just not block it. So I'm not as big a believer in that. But I am a really big believer in like anything that will make our opening 7 more keepable. I think that is what this deck needs. Like, this is a tremendously slow hand, and so is almost certainly not keepable, but we're going to play it out anyway, because I'm just a G like that. Damn. What a great game. Oh. This is Demrin's deck. And so what we need fewer opening hands to look like this. Obviously, you would have mulliganed this, White Bread, because you can read your own cards and you know that none of these are a snake or a snake tutor. But every single tutor you can add, we make it a little bit more likely. We make it a little tiny bit more likely that that opening hand is gonna be keepable. Oh yeah, can you embrace Kiki Jiki? I guess it's 5 mana just to tap it, and like our other copiers are actually more efficient than that. Oh no, it's non-legendary, so we don't have. I keep thinking we have legend rule to get around because it's such a good card. Ooh, Saw in Half ain't bad. Saw in Half ain't bad at all. Yeah, for this deck, that's real nice. I mean, so the only problem with Saw in Half is that turning your snake into a 3/3 does actually make it like really likely that somebody can block it. It will make the trigger game go fucking crazy, but if you don't have protection, 3/3s are extremely killable. Oh wait, create a tap token attacking. I don't think this works how we want it to. Cuz we get 3 1 blight counter ETB triggers every turn, which I actually like don't think is the most efficient thing possible. Best case scenario, if Ishin's out 2, it gets us 6, but this deck can like get to 6 pretty quickly anyway, and then we're never able to like stack up the counters further. So I actually don't believe in this. For a second I was so hyped, but Saw in Half for sure, up the tutor game for sure. I like this. I think it runs relatively well as a secret commander deck right now. I think it's fully committed to its bit. I just think we need, holy shit, God loves you. We just need like a higher concentration of keepable turn 1 hands. Shadow Walker, thank you for the 100-bit cheer, my friend. I'm still going to say Mirage Mirror for another snake and Pull from Eternity because Exile exists. Ooh, actually, I like Mirage Mirror a lot because this will hold on to blight counters and we can make it the snake every turn. Rottenmouth is ETB and attack. So if we have the Mirage Mirror and we have Ishin, once we Rottenmouth, we can make Mirage Mirror the creature, swing it, gets 2, is no longer Rottenmouth, but it will be cookery. Yeah. And then it's a non-creature way to get a different repository of counters. Yeah, so I'm going to say Mirage Mirror, Saw in Half, those tutors we talked about. Otherwise, this shit honks. I'm going to say Toon Spite. This is hateful. This is evil. I think bringing this into Gen Pop is risking your own demise, as your game plan is, what if I made you sack your whole board? Loser. But respect. I don't agree as much with those more expensive tutors because, again, we need keepable turn 1 hands. I don't think we need as many tutors for once we have 8 mana. I think we need tutors that will make us keep a grip of 7 rather than like tutors we're going to draw and play later. I think that's just win more. We could do this. I think this is also a little win more because we're only going to get the ETB trigger. It's not going to get the attack trigger. Broodlord has Convoke. None of those goldfishes had a lot of creatures. Like, it just doesn't. We did not create the board state that makes us go, oh, hoarding Broodlord in my opening hand, good. That doesn't happen. Like, again, we need to add that we're looking for things on the basis of it makes us go, oh, this was in my first 7, awesome. Hoarding Broodlord can go in the first 7, and we're like, that might be great 6 turns from now if I hit land drops. Paladin, I understand the use of using it with Saw in Half. You should not be putting cards in your casual deck just because... Like, then it's just... We have too many secret commanders. We have too many fucking secret commanders. What do you do when if the snake gets swords or passed? You cry. Yeah, you cry in multiple dimensions. You can put in Pull from Eternity. For sure. But for the most part, you cry. So, Whitebread, thank you for the submission. That's going to be it for today. We will be back tomorrow playing some Darkest Dungeon. Waffles on Fire, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome to the dog home. I appreciate that generosity and those Bezos bucks. Lil Lemon, get that Ozolith the fuck out of here. We do not support counter players in any way, shape, or form. Our friend Nerd Girl is live playing some Tarkir. The raid message is going to be the Indestructible Justin command. We're going to go raid them. Everybody, please have a very good day. I appreciate you coming by the stream. I appreciate all the subs, the follows, the bits. Thank you all for your generosity. I'll see you tomorrow. Please remember to stay toxic. YouTube, that's going to be it, but I'll